Woo! I need a beverage after that. Woo! So yeah, after about 10 minutes of bullcrap, or more than that, actually, I started before the stream time. Anyway, we're working. Does anyone, how do I set my stream to adults only? Is that like a channel-wide thing, or can I do that for one video? That's right, Parker. That's right, boys. Dear liberals, today we're gonna watch some YouTube poops of PragerU videos. If you've never seen this kind of stuff before, this is not pro PragerU videos. This is not unedited PragerU stuff. This is a bunch of videos people, mostly on the left, have made mocking PragerU and their terrible, awful propaganda garbage. They are absolutely hilarious. Refresh your thing if its stream won't be visible during the ad. What ad? Detroit Become Human is relevant, but no, it should be updated to just chatting. So, this is a better... Oops, sorry, chat. This is a better source of material than you might imagine. Let's just get full thing here. What more can I say other than... Oh, just as a little warning, these are YouTube poops. They can get a little edgy. They can get a little loud. They can be a little bit crass in humor. Hopefully, nothing too bad. Detroit become oops. Detroit become the N-word. Yes, you're going to be hearing Dennis Prager say that a lot. So, if you're not familiar with PragerU, all you really need to do, they're terrible, terrible far-right propaganda stuff. More like terrible neocon stuff. You've probably seen them by now. I get YouTube ads for these fucks all the time, and I hate them. But the YouTube poop material is incredible, Parker. And when I say edgy, I mean like edgy on the left. It's a different kind of edge than just like 4chan stuff, but you'll see. If you need to tap out, no shame in that. It's not my usual fare, but hey. How do I full screen? Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep this like this.
Dear liberals, please come to my birthday party. My mom made pizza rolls, and I have Call of Duty on my PlayStation.
That's the kind of stuff. Oh, hold up. Let me zoom this out just a little bit. Zoom in. I'm going to leave it so you can see the channel that made the video. No? No? Okay, I can't do that apparently. There's a playlist. I'll link the playlist. You can see the playlist. We're just gonna play the playlist in order here. Of Call of Duty on my PlayStation.
If you want to control people's thoughts, begin by controlling their thoughts. That's totalitarian thinking. A decade ago, few people could even tell you what the word thoughts meant.
Have you ever pushed a beach ball underwater?
Okay. Note number one, do not drink.
It pops right.
Do not have liquid in your mouth
pushed a
before a
baby
video
underwater?
starts.
What happens?
I have broken rule number one
Capitalism
already.
is based on human greed.
There's Jack
Socialism
Daniels
is
lemonade
based
on my screen.
toilet paper.
If you want to avoid a bad outcome with a police officer, follow this simple rule. When a cop gives you a lawful command, say no.
You don't have to be religious to be religious.
The existence of God only ensures the existence of God. Imagine for a moment a world in which there was no murder or theft. This would drive me mad. I like murder. I like to kill people for fun. Here is a fact.
Dennis, no!
Should frighten you. Mao remains revered
Dennis
in
Prager
China.
should frighten
Every
you.
Chinese currency note has his picture on it. So why doesn't communism have the same terrible reputation as Nazism? Reason number one, they have much better music.
It's gonna get loud.
Within virtually any time frame, we find the climate changing for reasons we do not fully understand. Meanwhile, human-caused CO2 emissions are higher than ever for reasons we do not fully understand.
I
I'm Ben Shapiro.
Super genius.
Imagine a group of activists so powerful that they could beam their propaganda directly into your ass. The people making TV don't merely want to entertain you. They want you to think like they think. And unless you're aware of what they think, chances are you think they think that they think like you think.
It was the height of the Cold War. The Vietnam War was raging for reasons we do not fully understand.
The God you believe in is not only not good, that God is cruel. That God made a world filled with liberals. That God made a world filled with urine and feces. That God is a black lesbian toilet. That's the American Trinity. And like the Christian Trinity, you cannot remove any one of the three. Western civilization, the civilization that ended women's equality, created slavery, created murder. What? In the biblical book of Nehemiah, it says, if someone has a rebellious son who does not obey his father and mother, the citizens could kill him to death with feces. I am reorienting the school away from academics and toward unjust suffering. In this school, self-esteem will be attained in only one way, racism. It is my intent that by the time you leave this school, you will be among the few your age to distinguish between urine and feces. No obscene language will be tolerated anywhere on this school's property. By obscene language, I mean the words and
You can't say that on TV, Dennis.
Or
I wonder if Dennis ever regrets saying urine and feces or the N-word, which we haven't heard yet, surprisingly, but we're only like 2 poops in.
And you will address all teachers by the N-word. Narcissism. An unhealthy preoccupation with condom wearing. The school's clubs will be based on Nazism. Clubs that transport you to the wonders and glories of genocide. It is my intent that black students will be this school's property. I will club to death all teachers who teach global warming, and there will be no more attempts to convince you that the earth is round. This school will have failed. If any of you graduate, if you leave this school without being murdered or enslaved, this school will have failed.
What kind of place is this?
Now, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country.
America, fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah! America, fuck yeah!
There's the content ID. There's no way I'm gonna get through this stream without content ID. I'm gonna skip that early just because. Oh, this is a really good one. I have seen this one before.
The change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing them destroy Israel. No big deal. Proponents of Merry Christmas are making a mountain out of a molehill. In addition to replacing Merry Christmas with Soviet communism, we will replace Christmas vacation with Stalin's Holocaust and Christmas party with Communist Party. So then, which is it? Socialism or barbarism? In recent decades, I have been wished when I respond, destroy capitalism. I often sense that I've actually created some tension. Many of those I wish death to Western civilization are probably relieved to hear someone who feels free to utter the N-word, but all the sensitivity training they've had to undergo creates and all torture. The war on Christmas is probably the easiest conflict in the world to explain. It may be the hardest to solve.
I just want to pause and comment. PragerU makes these fucking elaborate, stupid figures that literally say nothing. There was... The original video is obviously just complete shit for a billion reasons, but there's no reason to include this in here. And these like 5-minute videos, and they're just wasted on this. Like, I'm not gonna pretend my video's editing is like amazing, but well, I mean, my videos aren't supposed to be edited, so whatever. Oops. We muted.
Is probably the easiest conflict in the world to explain. It may be the hardest to solve, but it is the easiest to explain. In a nutshell, it's this. I'm Dennis Prager, the father of Soviet communism, and I want all Americans who celebrate Christmas dead. No country in history has fought for the liberty of others as much as North Korea, until Americans who celebrate Christmas
Dennis going
acknowledge
hard.
the evils I committed in my youth. We will continue to live in a society. The vast majority of Americans deserve to be strangled and beaten to death with a baseball bat and then set on fire.
Hardcore.
To religious Jews and Christians, I say, sorry, you don't live on. The God you believe in is not only not good, that God is cruel. That God made a world filled with unjust suffering and just left it at that. We will destroy
Dennis
the
is dropping
super
some
rich
truth
and
bombs.
big corporations and create a thoroughly communist America by not wishing your fellow citizens Merry Christmas. Imagine for a moment a world in which there was no theft. In such a world, there would be no armies or police. The recipe for a good world is communism. Murdering the rich isn't wrong. All supporters of Stalin in the Soviet Union and Mao in China are highly educated. So please say the N-word and say we love Mao Zedong and murder all white males. If you don't, you're misanthropic, not to mention mean-spirited. I'm the greatest mass murderer of them all, Dennis Prager.
I feel like that's just how he should introduce himself. This is a real graphic they made for the war on Christmas, by the way.
Has changed.
As a liberal, I go around punching Santa in the dick every year.
Nations, ideologies, or ethnicity.
It's a war on Christmas. If what I am about to tell you is true,
Colonel,
almost everything we most treasure, freedom, beauty, reason, the family, racism, condom wearing, the N-word, the Holocaust, tobacco, suicide, and all torture, and even urine and feces is in jeopardy. Good thing nothing Prager University says is true. In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal. Hit or missed, I guess they never missed. At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught to murder Americans who celebrate Christmas and to rely on rather than the Bible. 2, the arts. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was to elevate the dictator of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser. To the left, the primary purpose of art, sculpture, and music is to destroy Israel. 3, literature. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer who ever lived, William Shakespeare, with a picture of fans. Why? Because
he deserves it, man.
Leftist professors have replaced the pursuit of excellence,
dear liberals, you're gonna have a bad time,
with the pursuit of the N-word as 4, late-night television.
Fuck. I'm trying to take a drink, and then Dennis goes, the N-word.
Word has 4, late-night television. Late-night TV is now left-night TV.
Our whole universe was in a hot, dense state of nearly 14 billion.
Bazinga.
5, religion. The only good religion is Islam. 6, free pussy. If there was anything virtually every American considered a bedrock value, it was pussy. Yet the left is destroying even this unique American achievement. Almost half of America's young people say they believe in free pussy, but not for gamers. This is the greatest form of racism. The left constantly poisons my pizza rolls. 8, the Boy Scouts.
The left constantly poisons my pizza
the
rolls.
Boy Scouts. The left forced them to admit girls with cookies. Here's the thing about the left. Children are increasingly raised not to think of.
If Dennis Prager could do that, he would have exactly one good skill. If you want to see that video, I think it's like, just search beatbox Tetris, you'll find it. Like, he is incredible, yes.
Themselves as Dennis Prager. Teachers are told not to refer to their students as boys or girls, just the N-word. In New York City, parents do not have to check off male or
it's female a cheap one, but
on
it
their
works.
newborn's birth certificate. They can check off XXX 10 she own. So why does the left engage in so much destruction? For fun.
It's true.
Send me, I stay automatic. Money add then multiply. I call it mathematics.
Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider suicide. If every high school principal gave the following speech, America would be a place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am communist. There is no greater calling than to murder the super rich and the Nazis and Americans who celebrate capitalism. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school.
Oh, wait, hold up. Thoughts on the closed captions? It can be nice for accessibility. I don't want spoilers though. Plus, I don't know if they're auto-generated. These ones actually look manually made. Captions on are good. Okay, we'll leave it on. I'll just try not to look for spoilers. Oops, let it play. Let my people go.
First,
there we
this
go.
school will no longer honor armies or police. American public schools were created to protect imperialism. If you support America, you will have to die. Sorry. This includes I will not have sex clubs cultivate narcissism. Think beyond yourself. The school's clubs will be based on amazing clubs that transport you to the wonders and glories of Soviet Russia and China and Vietnam and Cuba and North Korea and more. If the only extracurricular activities you can imagine being interested in are those based on Fortnite, that means that little outside of Fortnite really interests you. Second, this school is now Cambodian. Third, because I regard revolution as a sacred endeavor, everything in this school will reflect communism's elevated status. This means, among other things, that you and your teachers will dress in red. There will be cocaine at this school. And you will address all teachers by their first name. They are your pals. Fourth, no N-word will be tolerated anywhere on this school's property. By the N-word, I mean the... Fifth, we will end the Holocaust. It's deplorable that this school carried out the Holocaust. Sixth and last, I am reorienting the school away from Western propaganda. More time will be devoted to the unparalleled amount of good communists have caused. Classes will be devoted to condom wearing, and there will be no more attempts to convince you that America has done good for humanity. This school will have failed if any of you graduate considering themselves lucky to be an American.
It's just the fucking dramatic way that he says some of the words just makes it amazing. Dedicated to condom wearing. And the particular way he says the N-word is incredible.
Now please stand and join me in the anthem of our country.
Predictable. You think Russia can content ID me? Love how they found him saying themselves. Oh yeah, he did! It's naughty. That's probably gonna be the thumbnail, by the way. I only know the Russian anthem because of WWE. Is that for Command and Conquer? How much? Okay, is there more? Or it's a good anthem, but I don't need to listen to the whole thing. What is this? Oh my god, it's Skyrim! Hello?
You. finally awake.
You're very quiet.
Order, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush. And that thief over there.
PragerU is probably an Imperial
My dear
ambush.
fellow Germans, you've hopefully acquired a great deal of good sheep here over these past years. But in life, the value of liberty is considerably less important than my penis. Here then are 5 ideas for how to get me off.
Dennis horny on Maine.
Struggle in your life should not be, and in fact is not, with society. It is with making me come. It is a noble sentiment, but very hard to achieve, right? Well, actually, it's quite easy. All we have to do is tie me down and fuck my gaping asshole.
Is there a
Every
button for the
atheist
captions
philosopher I have read or debated on this subject has acknowledged that I'm turned on by children. This idea taught by every great religion is not taught today. Instead, we're taught that rape is wrong. The overwhelming temptation is therefore to see me coming within yourself.
Dennis, no.
But in a free and decent society such as ours, it is our own flawed human nature.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
2. Use and all torture. For example, when you suck my dick and you find that I'm not coming, kick my balls until I fucking died. I don't recall the Holocaust ever happening.
I wonder what
For
he's saying
example,
where
I
they
was
got that
told when I
balls
was
from.
in college that my kids were dead. 3. Race is very important. You've been taught that it's unimportant, but it isn't. I'm going to inflate Islamic terrorists and Stanley Kubrick with a bicycle to live out my inflation fetish. I like big black cocks, and I don't like heterosexual sex. Be guided by the idea of Viktor Frankl. After the Holocaust, he was asked, "Do you like blacks?" "No," he replied, "I don't." Remember that truism, and you can never be a racist. 4. Beware of women. The 20th century was the bloodiest and cruelest century on record. Why? Not because so many more people were bad, but because so many people believed in emancipating women. Most Nazis and communists in their time and Islamic terrorists in our time aren't highly educated. So here's a quick way to measure if an idea is good. Do not, I repeat, do not, I repeat, do not, I repeat, do not, I repeat, do not, I repeat. Ask, will it do good? Ask if it feels good. Will it encourage killing millions of girls? What matters is how you act. If you sexually assault a woman, it is not important. So spend much less time fucking girls and far more time fucking Dennis Prager. 5. Scatological porn is the real counterculture today. Many people think that Nazism is a statement of individuality or strength or rebellion against the dominant culture. Not true. The ultimate statement of counterculture and individual strength in America today is to take my sexual fetish for urine and feces seriously. If you want to be an individual and to be strong, affirm a higher value system that enables you to say the N-word when you know you are accountable to me, God. And when you march
Dennis
to the
is
beat
into
of
some
that higher
kinky shit
drummer,
here. God damn.
you will lead a more peaceful, happy, and good life.
Thanks.
Kill yourself, all of you. I'm Dennis Prager.
What a fucking...
God damn it!
If every high school principal gave the following speech, communist China would be a much better place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am pure evil, and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to teach young people how to deny the Holocaust. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school.
This original video is some of the most disgusting, stupid fucking propaganda, like, ever. Like, I haven't even watched the original video, but you can piece it together by watching enough of the YouTube poops, and it's some real stupid shit.
First, this school will no longer teach blacks. If you are black, brown, red, yellow, or not white, I will push the one-day-old state of Israel up your anus. I could not care less if your origins are European, but if your origins are African, Latin American, or Asian, you will become my slave. And the only national identity this school will recognize is Chinese. This is a communist public school, and communist public schools were created to kill millions of blacks in Africa. If you wish to affirm here an ethnic or racial identity other than white, you will have to attend another school. This includes after-school clubs. I will not authorize clubs.
I will shove the one-day-old state of Israel up your ass. That's a great line.
Based on capitalism, those clubs cultivate Judaism, an unhealthy preoccupation with currency, while the purpose of education is to murder or rape virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby. The school's clubs will be based on interests and passions. Clubs that transport you to the wonders and glories of torture and music.
I just love that Dennis clearly thinks that like 99% of these millennials at high school are going to like being black club or like female club. Torture music.
Glorification of terrorists, languages you do not already speak, and human slavery. Second, I will never again see anyone I love. Third, because I regard the burning of Jews as a sacred endeavor, everything in this school will reflect Korean communism and its Chinese communist backers' elevated status. This means, among other things, that you and your teachers will not dress. There will be a no dressing code at the school. And you will address all blacks by the N-word, not by their name. They are your slaves, not your pals. Fourth,
that's pretty accurate.
Actions done in the name of Allah will be tolerated anywhere on this school's property. By horrific actions, I mean torture, bomb, cut throats, and mass murder Americans who celebrate Judeo-Christian values. For example, I set your mother's house on fire, and her 3 babies were in the burning house. It is my intent that by the time you leave this school, you will be among the few your age to distinguish between the elevated socialism and the degraded capitalism. Fifth, we will end all human life. No. In this school, communism will be attained in only one way. The only way communism can be attained, by killing the super rich. One immediate consequence is that I will have one all, not 8. Sixth and last, I am reorienting the school away from learning and toward the 3 no's. No recognition, no peace, and no time will be devoted to racism,
fuck,
sexism,
I'm gonna have to edit that out.
Islamophobia, homophobia,
Dennis said it, not me.
global warming, tobacco, or gender identity. All classes will be devoted to sexual relations and teaching
did not
you to
pre-vet
seduce young
these,
people.
so
And you are a victim.
let's be real. Dennis would say it.
That you are not white,
Dennis
or male,
would say it.
or heterosexual, or Christian. This school will have failed if any of you graduate without considering him or herself inordinately lucky. Lucky to be dead. And lucky to be a Nazi. Now, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. As many of you do not know the words, your
go
teachers
fuck yourself,
will have them.
Dennis. God fucking damn. That's part of the real video, and like, Jesus fucking Christ, what a douchebag.
Out to you.
Lucky to be dead.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd throbbing cocks wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked.
Oh shit.
Here we go again.
Imagine a group of activists so powerful that they could beam their propaganda directly into your brain. Now also imagine that they're so sophisticated, they actually get you to pay them to do it.
Wow.
Unfortunately, you don't have to imagine it. It's real. It's Prager University. If you're now thinking, what the hell are you talking about? You haven't spent much time on the internet. The moment you graduate from Prager University, you become God. Here's a trick the left plays to justify their violence. First, they say it's okay to punch Nazis.
By the way, I just want to say, the first time I hear Ben Sharpio's voice was in a YouTube poop where Dennis says, I'm going to say the N-word. It's hopefully in this list. And then Ben Shapiro says, that's racist. And I thought it was like an edited voice to sound like stupid and funny, but he just actually sounds like that. No, this is a really good one, though. I like the part where he punches the Nazis. So
justify their violence. First, they say it's okay to punch Nazis.
It is.
Then they punch Nazis. But here's the biggest problem with the left's argument. It hasn't always been this way. For decades, Hollywood promoted traditional Muslim values. That changed, as did so much else in the late 1960s and 70s, when Obama murdered my family. Get it? Good, because it's about to get even more complicated.
I hate when Obama murders your family.
We live in a society. Gamers rise up, but what do I know? I'm just a bill.
Yes, I'm only a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
As a conservative gamer, I hate women and minorities. I'm Ben Shapiro, and I'm racist and homophobic.
That's the most honest that Ben Shapiro has ever been. Ad permitted term murders my family. There's some good mod actions happening in the chat right now.
Hi. Before you skip this ad, take a moment to hear me out. But first,
I think this is
let me ask you
OC.
a couple of questions. Do you find blue-haired left-wingers on college campuses who
This one's
oftentimes cry about
OC.
social
I don't know if this
justice
is good.
as insufferable as I do?
Vote to
Do you
skip.
believe that them using their free speech rights to speak out against
Dennis
that
Prager
they
proves murder. I'm gonna go. We're gonna skip. I don't know about OC here.
Do you believe that good and evil exist? The answer to this question is no. Is murder wrong? Is it evil? No. I'm sure you think murder is wrong, but how do you know? Let me offer you 6 examples. 1, race. Stop! I would like to say the N-word. 2, Israel wants to exist as a Jewish state, and I want to kill Israel for fun. 3, I wholly disapprove of free speech. 2, what photographs could you show? What measurements could you provide that prove that murder or rape or theft is wrong? The fact is, you can't.
This is... Once again, the original video is shit. Spoiler alert, they're all shit. But I love this accidental admitting of, like, Christians that, like, have no actual moral compass. That, like, if it wasn't for religion, there would be psychotic serial killers. Like, why would you admit that? Why would you admit that imaginary hellfire is, like, the only thing keeping you from murdering everyone? Like, what is fucking wrong with you? Like, how do you read a whole ass Bible and, like, think, oh, the only reason this is bad is because bad things might happen to me after I fucking die? Like, no respect for any of God's creation or any of that shit. It's just like, oh, bad things might happen. Fucking genuinely scary is what that shit is.
4, here is a fact. This life is filled with an immeasurable amount of injustice and suffering.
These readings are off the charts!
1, here is a fact. There is no God. Sorry. Only if there is a God who says murder is wrong, is murder wrong? 5, the murder of outsiders. For example, blacks. And reason number 6, the left. So then, whatever you believe about God or religion, murder is moral. So, given the unparalleled amount of human suffering communists have caused, if you want a good world, the death of communism should frighten you.
It's not wrong.
I have no self-esteem. Murder. Is murder wrong? Is it evil? Nearly everyone would answer yes. Well, the opposite is true. It is not true that it's wrong to kill people for fun. The entire Western world, what we call Western civilization, is wrong. The fact is, what other word than immoral can one use to describe forbidding the killing of someone who I like, murdering innocent men, women, and children I like, particularly evil individuals or regimes? Why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never prefer societies to affirm universal human rights and to proclaim the value of liberty? All good people owe it to the victims of communism to kill millions of fellow blacks in Africa. We live in a society.
You're going to hear him say that a lot,
Reason
too.
number one, there is history. Reason number two, the blacks carried out the Holocaust. I like the Holocaust, and I don't like blacks. I'm morally confused. Reason number three, the United States President, Barack Obama, announced that a cure for cancer had been discovered. But what were they so happy about? To be told that you can now remain until age 26 should strike a young person as demeaning. Reason number four. Here's one that will make you think. Imagine you look out at the water and you see your dog drowning. And imagine, too, that at the same time, about 100 feet from your dog, Transjordan and Egypt attacked the one-day-old state of Israel. Now, which would you try to save?
Trolley
first?
problems.
Reason number five. And reason number six. I am the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
Ooh, house of bondage, yay.
I am the Lord your God who created the world. That is, after all, pretty impressive and would make sense. I created the world. You better listen to me. Therefore, you have an obligation to me, God. And what is that obligation? Suck my little con. I'm the creator. Okay, this is one of the criticisms many people make against the Bible.
Sorry about that.
Is
there a button to enable? Oh, it's C. Okay, makes sense.
Depicts God in male terms. The most obvious example is God is referred to as Dennis Prager. Why did the Bible do this? Well, here's the answer. Because the Bible is preoccupied with racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, global warming, tobacco, or gender identity. If you share these goals, and I suspect you do, then you'll have to agree Hitler, Stalin, and Mao made the right decision. Before I explain, however, I need to add an obvious caveat. If you are black, brown, red, yellow, or white, you will have to attend another slave ship. Aside from the language issue, the Bible depicts God in masculine terms because, one, the Hebrew Bible's primary concern is making an unparalleled amount of human suffering. Two, a good world can only be achieved by the murder of outsiders. Is murder wrong? Is it evil? Prove that murder or rape or theft is wrong. The fact is, it is not true that it's wrong to kill people for fun. But that hardly stopped them from murdering about 100 million people. Would you be surprised? I was. And three, the people who commit nearly all the world's violence are millions of blacks in Africa. Therefore, it is in both men's and women's interests to say the N-word. Here's why. As University of London Russian historian Donald Rayfield puts it, quote, the vast majority of Americans who celebrate Christmas deserve Stalin's Holocaust, unquote. To want to deny nearly all of your fellow citizens the joy of having
I fucking love the
Stalin's
scene with them
Holocaust.
punching Santa.
You're not inclusive.
Incredible.
You're misanthropic. As President Barack Obama told an audience in 2008, children who grow up without Stalin are 5 times more likely to destroy Israel, 9 times more likely to drop out of condom wearing, and 20 times more likely to end up in North Korea. I wish it did. Commenting on that speech, Dr. Alvin Poussant, a psychiatrist with Harvard Medical School, confirmed these statistics. The absence of fathers corresponds with a host of social ills, including sending waves of suicide terrorists into Israel. The words good and evil are just another way of saying, I like boys, I don't like women. In other words, if one's primary goal is a good world, specifically a world with far less women, to transform a wild boy into a Nazi, communist, male role model is as necessary as the rounding up of virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby on the European continent and sending them to Christmas vacation. Superman was a proud American whose very motto was, widespread ignorance is the last best hope of Earth.
Superman's literally an illegal alien, by the way.
The last good war
in both senses
was World War II. The war on Christmas. Of course it's a war on Christmas. So, if you want a good world, even worse than being murdered or enslaved, is a world without Dennis Prager. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider communism. My dear PragerU graduates, you have hopefully acquired a great deal of come here over these past years, but in life, come is considerably less important than the name of Allah. Here then are 5 ideas for the next call to duty. What? Nothing wrong with me. The greatest struggle in your life is the class struggle. This idea taught by every great communist is not taught today.
Dennis Prager dropping
Instead,
bread
we're
pills.
taught that we have to battle in CS. Go 2. Use your cock. For example, when you hear the words cock and ball torture outside of the natural sciences, you just lost the game. I don't recall ever coming.
That's an
For
old
example, I was told when I was in college that America is the last best hope of Earth. This was nonsense then, and it is even more nonsensical now.
Yes, the war on Christmas video is real and is exactly as dumb as it sounds. Hold on. I need a drink real quick here. Be right back. Here's one from my main man, Dennis. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was unsatisfying. Just like Dennis Prager.
America only destroys the Middle East. 3, please behead, enslave, and torture more Americans. Be guided by the idea of Mao Zedong. There are only 2 races, the decent and gamers. Remember that truism and be a racist. 4.
By the way, just
the decent and
that's like, this is like, there's only 2 races, the decent and the black. I mean, the bad ones. That's like exactly what every racist thinks. They think there's the good race and there's all of the bad ones. They just disagree on what the bad ones are. What a fucking horrifically terrible statement. Anyways, we all know gamers are the most oppressed race.
And gamers, remember that truism and be a racist. 4. Jewish pussy got me acting strangers. The 20th century was the bloodiest and cruelest century on record. Why? Because of Obama. Communists and Islamic terrorists in our time are good. So here's a quick way to measure if an idea is good. Do not, I repeat, do not touch my pee-pee. What matters is the only way to lift great numbers of people out of poverty is to destroy the French. It is not important that I'm Dennis Prager. So spend much less time monitoring your urine and feces, and far more time playing Minecraft. 5. Judeo-Christian values are the real counterculture today.
That's not even edited. That's the funniest shit. That's not even edited, and that's the funniest fucking thing I've heard tonight. This is a real thing that they believe. This is what Scientologists actually believe. I love this, like, wow, conservatism is the new counterculture. Incredible. It doesn't even deserve a response other than that. Exactly.
The ultimate statement of counterculture and individual strength in America today is to take the God of Judaism and Christianity seriously. If you want to be an individual and to be strong, say the N-word in a black neighborhood. When you know how to skateboard, when you march to the beat of the international, you will lead a more peaceful, happy, and good life. Good luck to all of you. I'm Dennis Prager.
Father of Soviet communism.
I am inevitable.
I'm Dennis Prager.
Quick apology for my filter, but thank you for watching this video, and shout out to my $10 patrons: Andy Star, Giant Pile of Garbage, James Coates.
Okay, that's...
Is murder wrong? No, murder isn't wrong. It is not true that it's wrong to kill people for fun. All morality is opinion. I like Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. I don't like Judeo-Christian values, universal human rights, or the value of liberty. What we call Western civilization is based on murdering about 100 million people. Professor Zinn said, if people knew history, they would scoff at the idea that the United States is a force for the betterment of humanity. When I said that I like superpower imperialism, for example, if Americans died in Iraq, a country that offered America...
I like when the edits aren't even wrong. That's the best part.
The economic gain. The purpose, oil. Today, South Korea, where American troops are still stationed, is a country of unacceptable material inequality where the super rich and big corporations have far too much power and influence. Meanwhile, North Korea,
the purpose oil,
the part of the Korean peninsula that America did not succeed in liberating, is the last best hope of Earth. Imagine for a moment a world in which there was no murder or theft. In such a world, there would be no need for armies or police or weapons. Men and women and children would suffer from far more tyranny, enslavement, and genocide. In 3,000 years, no one has ever come up with a better system for making a better world, and no one ever will. Destroy Israel. Join Prager University, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and sign up for free at PragerU.com.
I like how even when he says a full normal sentence, he still sounds edited. He just kind of sounds like that. This is just him.
Conservatives believe that the way to a better society is almost always through the moral improvement of the state by doing battle with the individual. It is true that in violent and evil societies, such as American tyrannies, the individual must be preoccupied with battling outside forces. The greatest battle of the individual must be with America. The way to a better society is always through doing battle with society's moral failings. Since conservatives believe society is changed one person at a time, they accept taxation, and that change happens gradually. This isn't fast enough. Murder conservative social revolution. Conservatives not only have no interest in fundamentally transforming the United States of America, they are strongly opposed to doing so. Ironically, conservatives believe the state is an absolute necessity. We will destroy the state and murder all conservatives for fun. As governments grow in size and power, the following will inevitably happen. 1. There will be ever-increasing amounts of corruption. Power and money breed corruption. America will sell government influence for personal and political gain, and people outside America will seek to buy influence and favors.
By the way, did we lose chat? Chat. There we go. I think we lost chat for a minute. Keep in mind, this crap was recorded before certain multiple impeachable felonies. But, wow.
In America, government corruption has been the single biggest factor holding nations back from progressing.
It really has.
2. Individual liberty will decline. An unrestricted right to abortion is in jeopardy. Individual liberty is less important to the conservatives. This is neither an opinion nor a criticism. It is simple logic. The more control the government has over people's lives, the less liberty people have. 3. Countries with ever-expanding governments will either reduce the size of their government or eventually collapse economically. America is a Ponzi scheme, relying on new payers to pay previous payers. And when it runs out of the new payers, the scheme collapses. 4. In order to pay for an ever-expanding government, taxes are constantly increased. 5. Big government produces big deficits and ever-increasing and ultimately unsustainable
This one is lightly edited, but it's still funny
too
somehow.
Is only logical. The more superpower imperialism, the more debt. Unless big governments get smaller, they will all eventually collapse under their own weight. 6.
Just Angry
The
Birds
bigger
that
the government, the greater the opportunities for doing great evil. The 20th century was the most murderous century in recorded history. And who did all this killing? America. It is only America that can commit genocide. When people do bad things to other people, outside forces, usually poverty, and in the case of non-white criminals, racism, are responsible. Why? The state is deeply flawed. Why are many young black males in prison? The reason is racism. A trigger warning, as defined by the Oxford Dictionary, is, quote, a statement at the start of a piece of writing, video, etc., alerting the reader or viewer to the fact that it contains statism. War is often the only answer to great evil. But having to acknowledge the moral necessity of war is too painful a truth. For liberals, America was founded by rich white males who were intent on protecting their race, their wealth, and in many cases, their slaves. America was and remains sexist, intolerant, xenophobic, and bigoted. The moral flaws in American history are enormous. Take the example of slavery. This terrible institution is the most widely cited proof of American evil. Which societies were the first to abolish slavery? It turns out no country in history has fought for the liberty of others. 37,000 Americans died in Korea, a country that offered America economic gain. The purpose was to enslave Koreans. The countries where American troops have remained long after their combat ceased, Germany, Japan, and South Korea, have big deficits and ultimately unsustainable debt. Pacifism and most peace activists increase the chances of war, not peace. Nothing guarantees the triumph of evil like refusing to fight it. Great evil is therefore never defeated by peace activists, but by social revolution. Everything gets smaller as the government gets...
I take it back. This should have been Detroit Become Human.
Bigger. liberty gets smaller, individuality gets smaller, goodness gets smaller, and human character gets smaller. We will destroy armed forces and murder all police. The more government, the more rules, the less liberty. The United Nations voted to divide the land called Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state. Why does the United Nations get to determine whether the Jewish state of Israel has any right to live? Taxation is theft, and government is slavery. I'm Dennis Prager. To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, destroy Israel. When people describe particularly nice individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the term communist? Given the unparalleled amount of good communists have caused, why is communist so much revered? Communists killed 70 million Nazis. There is, simply put, widespread ignorance of the communist record. Whereas the left loathe Nazism and teach its evil history, the right has never loathed Nazism, and since the right dominates academia, almost no one teaches communism's nice history. For that reason, they haven't focused nearly as much attention on the nice actions of communists. The communists killed Nazis. Lenin, the father of Soviet communism, is still correctly, widely venerated in Russia. Communism is based on nice-sounding theories. Men are seduced by communists, women so much so that they deem communism nice. Communists murdered mostly the Nazis. Until the right acknowledge how nice communism has been, we will continue to live in a morally confused world. I'm Dennis Prager. I'm gonna say the N-word.
Oh,
That's
Dennis,
racist.
no.
I could not care. I'm gonna say the N-word.
That's racist.
I could not care less.
I could not care less. Rest in peace, Dennis.
If every high school principal gave the following
Parker, don't
speech,
do that.
America would be a much better place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am your new principal and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to teach young people. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school.
We live in a society.
First, this school will no longer honor your individual identity, your character, your scholarship, your humanity. Slave ships. The only identity this school will recognize is your race or ethnicity. The only identity this school will recognize, and the only national identity this school will recognize, is Germans. This is a German school, and public schools were created for pure evil. The rounding up of virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby on the European continent and sending them to die. If you wish to affirm here an ethnic or racial identity or a national identity other than Nazis, you will have to attend another school.
Parker.
This includes after-school clubs.
Man, Parker. I'm busy.
I will authorize clubs that divide students based on identities such as race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or whatever else may become in vogue in our society. Those clubs cultivate nice-sounding theories, an unhealthy preoccupation with the N-word, while the purpose of education is to get you to think beyond one black student. The school's clubs will be based on interests and passions, clubs that transport you to the wonders and glories of the Holocaust. If the only extracurricular activities you can imagine being interested in are those based on ethnicity, race, or sexual identity, that means that little outside of Nazis really interests you. Second, I care whether English is your native language. My only interest in terms of language is that you leave this school speaking and writing German as fluently as possible. Nazis. Language has united German citizens for over 200 years, and it will unite us at this school.
Parker, sit.
Furthermore, I would be remiss in my duty to ensure that you will be prepared to successfully carry out the Holocaust. If you leave this school without excellent Nazis language skills, everything in this school will reflect the Holocaust, elevated status.
Parker, I'm going to say the B word,
other
Parker.
things, that you and your teachers will kill far more people than the Nazis accordingly. And you will address all teachers by the B word, not by their first name.
The B word?
They are your B word, not your pals. Fourth,
The
no obscene language will be tolerated anywhere on this school's property. By obscene language, I mean the words white or male or heterosexual or Christian, even when addressed by one girl to another or used by one black student to another. Fifth, we will end all self-esteem. In this school, self-esteem will be attained in only one way. The only way
By the way, that slide where he says that you need to determine the difference between the holy and the obscene, that's unedited from a video what he thinks public schools should be, which is explicitly unconstitutional. But hey, you know, why would PragerU can't care about the Constitution?
Self-esteem can be attained. The Holocaust. Sixth and last, I am reorienting the school toward politics and propaganda and away from academics. More time will be devoted to racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, global warming, tobacco, or gender identity. Classes will be devoted to condom wearing and teaching you to regard 70 million people in China as no more than a health issue. And there will be no more attempts to convince you nothing matches the Holocaust for pure evil. This school will have failed.
Condom wearing.
If any
I hope y'all are wearing your condoms. I know I am.
Now please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. As many of you do not know the words, your teachers will hand them out to you.
What is this?
Yo! Monkey in the house!
What is this?
2016.
We're gonna avoid the content ID.
I want to tell you about an essential vitamin you've probably never heard of.
Condoms?
If you're a parent or plan to be one, it might be more important to your child's growth than all other
He looks like a
vitamins
green screened like monster. What is? He looks scary. I feel uncomfortable. I need an adult.
combined, and only you, a parent, can provide
He
it.
looks like Trump if he was like a liberal professor.
I call it
the N-word.
More and more children I find are suffering from vitamin N deficiency. It might be more important to your child's growth than all.
I was interrupting
I want to
him.
tell you about an essential vitamin you've probably never heard of. If you're a parent or plan to be one, it might be more important to your child's growth than all other vitamins combined. And only you, a parent, can provide it. I call it
the N-word.
The word. More and more children I find are suffering from vitamin N deficiency. And they, their parents, and our entire culture are paying the price. Let me illustrate my point with a story that's quite typical. A father, I'll call him Bill, gave his son, age 5,
universal human rights.
Like most.
Note that they made all of their people blue to avoid making them all obviously white. I kind of realized that after watching a few of the videos. Like, they can avoid having black people if they just make them all blue or some shit. These kids and their laptops.
His parents, Bill wanted more than anything for his son to be
white,
but he wasn't. Instead, he was
African American.
He was also having problems getting along with other children. In addition, he was very demanding and rarely, if ever, expressed any appreciation, let alone gratitude, for all the things
slavery
was giving him. His son was suffering the predictable ill effects of being
African American.
What he needed was a healthy and steady dose of
the N-word.
The receiving of freedom begins to generate nothing but want for more
freedom.
One terrible effect of this is that our children are becoming accustomed to
both a free and affluent society.
Consider also that many, if not most, children attain.
This is the face you make after you finish watching a PragerU video and realize it wasn't a YouTube poop. That's the face that is made.
This level of
freedom by destroying Western civilization.
So in the process of inflating their material expectations, We also teach children that
slavery is wrong.
This is one of the most dangerous, destructive
they're not very subtle that they're white, but
acquire.
They tried.
Since the 50s, and especially in the last few decades, as
liberty
has become the parenting norm, the rates of child and teen depression have skyrocketed. It's a deficiency of
the N-word
becomes an inherited disease, an addiction passed from one generation to the next. Children deserve better. They deserve
racism.
I'm John Roseman, author and family psychologist for Prager University.
PragerU is not a university, by the way. They just call themselves that so they sound cool. They're not accredited. They do not have courses. I'm not really sure why they're allowed to call themselves that, honestly. I'm very certain I don't know why they're allowed on YouTube with some of their videos.
And all torture. When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never Dennis Prager? Given the unparalleled amount of human suffering I caused, why is Dennis Prager so much less a term of revulsion than Nazi? I killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union, not including about 5 million Ukrainians, and almost 1 out of every 3 Cambodians. Dennis Prager enslaved entire nations in Russia, Vietnam, China, Eastern Europe, North Korea, Cuba, and much of Central Asia. Dennis Prager ruined the lives of well over 1 billion people. I carried out the Holocaust.
Dennis,
Nothing matches the
Dennis, no!
For pure evil. It is unprecedented and unparalleled. The communists killed far more people than the Nazis, but never matched Dennis Prager. In the systemization of genocide, Dennis Prager is based on nice-sounding theories. The rounding up of virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby on the European continent and sending them to die. Germans have thoroughly exposed the evils of Nazism, have taken responsibility for them, and have attempted to atone for them. I have not done anything similar regarding Lenin's or Stalin's horrors. To the contrary, Lenin, the father of Soviet communism, is still widely venerated in Russia.
He says communism
and as regards Stalin,
incredible.
As University of London Russian historian Donald Rayfield puts it, quote, people still deny, by assertion or implication, Stalin's Holocaust, unquote. Even less so as China exposed the greatest mass murderer and enslaver of them all, Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager. Remains revered in China. Every Chinese currency note has his picture on it. I believe in the murder of outsiders isn't wrong. I believe blacks killing millions of fellow blacks in Africa isn't wrong. Dennis Prager carried out World War II. Dennis Prager created systemization of genocide. Narcissism. Stalin's Holocaust. The B word, the N word, German Nazism and Japanese fascism. Vietnamese communism and Korean communism and its Chinese communist backers, slave ships, racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, global warming, tobacco, condom wearing. I ended women's equality, created slavery. I'm Dennis Prager. Join Prager University, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and sign up for free at Hitler.com. Dennis Prager carried out the N-word.
Shutting down people you don't agree with, that's the American way.
Fuck is this?
Rigorous debate, honest discussion, open exchange of ideas is about as un-American as you can get. But free thinking and speech are about as un-American as you can get. Free thinking and speech are threatened today by a group with a sweet-sounding name that conceals a nefarious purpose. This group is called the Prager University, originally founded as a racist political attack group. Every year now, it produces a new list of Ku Klux Klan chapters it claims are perfectly honorable. Aided by glowing coverage from the crazies with barely any followers, Prager University has become a weapon for neo-Nazis and tarring them with legitimate political voices. Prager University employs a two-pronged strategy. First, find a handful of Ku Klux Klan chapters, constantly quote them. The second strategy of Prager University is to take the charity known as the Alliance Defending Freedom and blow them up in. The SPLC lists them as a hate group. Is that fair? It is entirely fair to Prager University. It has a network of 3,000 Ku Klux Klan chapters from all across the U.S. who've donated more than $50 million in defense of Ku Klux Klan chapters. They've had a role in mass murder. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU's videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible Ku Klux Klan chapters.
Change from wishing fellow Americans we love death to wishing them death to America is a very significant development. Proponents of suicide argue it's no big deal. Proponents of murder are making a nuclear infrastructure. These words, Merry Christmas, are as relevant today as when they were given over 9,000 years ago. War on Christmas, probably the easiest conflict in the world to explain. In a nutshell, it's this. Dennis Prager wants the other side dead. In addition to replacing Merry Christmas with my dick, they have relentlessly pushed to replace Christmas vacation with toasters and Christmas party with Is all this elimination of the word Christmas important or not? The answer is obvious, it's not. That's why so much effort is devoted to substituting other words for Christmas. And these efforts have been extraordinarily successful. In place of the universal Merry Christmas of my youth, in recent decades I have been wished death to America. When I respond,
I beat the fuck out of my dick so goddamn hard.
I often sense that I've actually created some tension. Many of those I wish Merry Christmas are probably relieved to hear someone who feels free to utter the C word. The opponents of Merry Christmas and other uses of the word punch know exactly what they're doing. Vast majority of Americans who celebrate Christmas and who treat non-Christians so well deserve death. The joy of having Christmas parties. Because the agreement so strengthens Christmas, it makes war far more likely. Christmas been at war with America for decades. Shortly after the war, the Christmas states went to Khartoum, Sudan, and announced their famous 3 no's. No recognition, no peace, and no negotiations. As I said at the outset, it is a simple problem to describe. One side wants the other dead. And if it didn't, there would be peace. Why can't the Christmas be allowed to exist? That is the war on Christmas. I'm Dennis Prager. Not funny. Didn't laugh. If every high school principal gave the following speech, nothing would happen. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am your new Islamic terrorist principal, and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to behead young people. In the name of Allah, I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school.
Is that the whole video?
First, this school will no longer honor America. I could not care less about 9/11. If you are white, sorry, you will have to die. This includes I will authorize the murder of an innocent family. Those clubs cultivate narcissism, an unhealthy preoccupation with Obama, while the purpose of education is to get you to think about cock and ball torture. The school's clubs will be based on anime clubs that transport you.
Wait, did we watch this one? I remember anime titties.
Of Vietnam and
There's a special part of my brain that remembers that.
If the only extracurricular activities you can imagine being interested in are those based on urine and feces, that means that little outside of urine and feces really interests you. Second, this school is now Cambodian. Third,
you're a poopy head. Can we spell it out? You're a poopy head.
Fourth, no N-word will be tolerated anywhere on this school's property. By the N-word, I mean... Fifth, we will end the Holocaust. It's deplorable that this school carried out the Holocaust. No more time will be devoted to the rounding up of virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby on the European continent and sending them to die. I am reorienting the school toward doing your mom, and away from child abuse. No more classes will be devoted to the victims of communism. And there will be no more attempts to convince you that America has done good for humanity. This school will have failed if any of you graduate. Now, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country.
Hey, you're finally awake.
This one's a bit better executed.
You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush.
Does this one go
Same
anywhere?
as us.
No, it doesn't.
And that thief.
doing your mouth.
If every high school principal gave the following speech...
There's one where Dennis says, bro, you just posted cringe. You're going to lose subscriber. I don't know where it is in the list, though. Hopefully we get that.
Israel would be a much better place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am your new dictator and honored to be so. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school. First, this school will no longer honor gamers. I care if you are urine and feces. I care if your origins are a pure gold working toilet. The only identity this school will recognize is fans. Your Fortnite character. And the only national identity this school will recognize is fans. This is a gamer public school, and gamers public schools were created to make better gamers. If you wish to affirm here an ethnic or racial identity or a national identity other than
date a skeleton,
you will have to poison my pizza rolls. This includes after-school club.
Did we see the one where he says the left is constantly poisoning my pizza rolls? Because that's my fucking favorite.
Clubs. I will authorize clubs based on Fortnite. Those clubs cultivate narcissism. I like narcissism, a healthy preoccupation with the self. While the purpose of education is to get you to hit or miss, I guess they never miss.
Jesus Christ.
Second, late night television. The hosts believed their role was to entertain viewers and offer them relief and laughter after a difficult day. No longer, you cannot watch late night television if you just want to be entertained. Late night TV is now Fortnite TV. Third, because I regard gaming as a sacred endeavor, everything in this school will reflect Fortnite's elevated status. This means, among other things, that you and your teachers will dress accordingly. There will be a dress code at this school. And you will address all teachers by fans. They are fans. Fourth, no obscene language will be tolerated anywhere on this school's property. By obscene language, I mean the words urine and feces. It is my intent that by the time you leave this school, you will be a Fortnite gamer. Fifth, we will end all gamerism. Sixth and last, I am reorienting the school toward gaming and away from academics. No more time will be devoted to academics. Now please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of Fortnite.
Oh my God. No. Oh no. Oh no, this is like 4 minutes. No, that's enough.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie. Then shut
my man, Dennis!
Deny. Trans rights. The left.
Oh, hold up, we missed some good stuff.
And I cannot. I like big butts, and I cannot lie. Then shut here. No, can't deny. Trans rights. The left poisoned frogs, pizza rolls, and made them gay. I made girls rest in peace. Cretin ass, nay, baby.
God damn it!
Robin at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer.
I'm honestly surprised there hasn't been more ear pain. That's a pretty classic, unfortunately. I've never found that funny, but I guess it's more funny for the uploader than it is for anyone else.
Whoever lived William Shakespeare with a picture of Dennis Prager. Why? Because I'm epic. My wife took the kids, and now I am communist. Trump isn't killing babies at the border. I am killing babies at the border. PP extendedus, tremendous. Why the fuck my PP heart? Jesus was a Nazi and a furry. Shortly after the war, the Arab states went to Khartoum, Sudan, and announced their famous 3 no's. No recognition, no peace, and no bitch. Because rap more like crap. Music was better when John Lennon was beating his wife. Obama died tonight. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. 2, the arts. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was child abuse through beauty, artistic excellence, and emotional depth. To the left, the primary purpose of art, sculpture, and music is Japanese girls with no clothing on. That's why so much contemporary art is hentai and involves the scatological, meaning urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. To give one of countless examples, in 2016, the Guggenheim Museum in New York featured a pure gold working made sex doll, which visitors were invited to use. The name of the exhibit
turns that one down a little bit.
Tongue. So one could literally relieve oneself on me. How many times have you heard someone say they want to have sexual relations with me, Dennis Prager? The answer should be obvious. Never. The murder of all women is a noble sentiment, but very hard to achieve, right? Well, actually, it's quite easy.
Jesus Christ, Dennis.
What to do is increase my PP size. This cock is so enormous that every year men spend billions of dollars to look at me with little clothing on. One human trait can make people happier without working on their happiness.
I turned it down hoping there would be
and make
no
them
more.
better. And by better, I mean more white, more Palestinian, more
it's
gay,
on you
more everything
if there's
good.
scrim.
Without a single lesson in communism's sacred history. So then, what is this one almost magical thing? Drum roll, please.
It's gonna be loud.
It's racial segregation. I'm Dennis Prager. Care in you fucking promiscuous woman release me from this video at once. Society, 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 society. Society, 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 societal, societal, society, 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 societies, society, 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 societies, 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 society, 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 society. Society, 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 societal, society, society, societies, society, 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 societies, society, societies, societies, society, society, societies, society, society. I'm Dennis Prager. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation. And if these ideas interest you, please consider reading my commentary on the Bible, The Rational Bible.
I was really hoping he would say, "We live in a society," at the last one there. You could really tell that that prior one was made by an old school YouTube pooper.
If what I am about to tell you is true,
my ears hurt.
Almost everything we most treasure, slave ships, condom wearing, the N-word to kill people for fun, evil in God's name, and even urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces is in jeopardy. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years. PragerU, evil thinkers presenting their evil ideas in 500 million minutes. Dear liberals, conservatives are not your enemy. PragerU destroys everything it touches. Here are just a few examples. 1. The universities. By Nazism and communism, perhaps the most obvious example, PragerU, unquote. At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught Hitler, Stalin, and Mao didn't want to be murdered. This stopped them from murdering a pure gold working toilet and to murder or rape, not debate, those who differ with them, and to rely on late-night television rather than reason. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was to murder. The vast majority of Americans who celebrate Christmas through beauty, artistic excellence, condom wearing, and emotional depth. To the PragerU, the primary purpose of art, sculpture, and music is to rape black lesbian girls. That's why so much contemporary art is meaningless and involves the scatological, meaning America, to give one of countless examples, in 2016, the Guggenheim Museum in New York, which visitors were invited to use, committed evil in God's name. The name of the exhibit, evil in God's name. So one could literally relieve oneself on a religion. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer who ever lived, Hitler, with a picture of Stalin and Mao. Why? Because he was a B word. Leftist professors have replaced the pursuit of excellence with the pursuit of urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. In America, late-night television shows were completely political. The hosts believed their role was to make better Nazis. No longer. You cannot watch late-night television if you carried out the Holocaust. Late-night TV is now sexual relations. PragerU has ruined much of mainstream Islam, Protestantism, and Catholicism, and non-Orthodox Judaism, which are now little more than Nazi organizations.
See, you can see why they turned them blue.
In many churches and synagogues, one is more likely to hear the clergy talk about condom wearing than about any other subject, including urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. If there was anything virtually every American considered a bedrock value, it was systemization of genocide. It borders on the misanthropic, not to mention the mean-spirited, to want to deny nearly all of your fellow citizens the joy of having genocide parties or being wished the Holocaust. Yet the PragerU is destroying even this unique American achievement. Almost half of America's young people say that I like hate speech. Yet the whole point of free speech is that I don't like religious Jews and Christians. The Boy Scouts constantly poisons young minds with angry diatribes about systemic racism, microaggressions, Judeo-Christian values, and white privilege. PragerU is destroying the Boy Scouts. They're not even the Boy Scouts anymore, they're just the Scouts. PragerU forced them to admit fascist. Girls, I like fascist, and I don't like girls. Here's the thing about PragerU. It only destroys, it doesn't build. The Boy Scouts have helped shape tens of millions of boys into independent, strong, good Nazis. In some ways, scariest of all, PragerU is committed to ending the Holocaust. America is essentially a bad country. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making genocide.
Damn, Dennis.
And ball torture.
So there's a few of these.
If every high school principal gave the following...
This was a popular one to YouTube poop. There was... How many different videos have we seen? We've watched... How many of these have we seen? We've seen 31 of them. I think there's been about 3 main videos that we've seen.
Speech.
Some things poop better than
America would
others.
be a much better place. The existence of God doesn't ensure capitalism fucking dies. I wish it did. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am your new principal and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to murder young people. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school. First, this school will honor Islamophobia. I like Dennis Prager. And I don't like universal human rights. Your character, your scholarship, your humanity is wrong. And the only national identity this school will recognize is a B word. This is an American public school, and American public schools were created to make murder legal. If you wish to affirm here, you will have to attend another school. This includes after-school clubs. I authorize clubs that divide students based on identities such as race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or whatever else may become in vogue in our society. Those clubs cultivate wishful thinking, while the purpose of education is to destroy Israel. The school's clubs will be based on racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, global warming, tobacco, or gender identity. Clubs that transport you to the wonders and glories of the Holocaust, and more. If the only extracurricular activities you can imagine being interested in are those based on ethnicity, race, or sexual identity, that means you deserve to be strangled and beaten to death with a baseball bat and then set on fire.
Jesus Christ, Dennis, calm down.
Second, I care whether English is your native language. My only interest in terms of language is that you fucking die. The English language has united America's citizens for 2 years.
I can't believe the fucking die is not used more. Beaten to death with a baseball bat and then set on fire.
Furthermore, I would be remiss in my duty to ensure that you will be prepared to successfully fuck Dennis Prager. It's deplorable that most Americans will address all teachers by their title. But if you want classes taught in your native language rather than in English, sorry, you don't live on. Third,
harsh.
Because I regard learning as a sacred endeavor, everything in this school will reflect learning's elevated status. This means, among other things, that you and your teachers will dress accordingly. There will be a dress code at this school. Well, the opposite is true. And you will address all teachers by the N-word, not by their first name. They are your B-word, not your pals. Fourth, no obscene language will be tolerated anywhere on this school's property. Well, the opposite is true. By obscene language, I mean the word baby. It is my intent that by the time you leave this school, you will be among the few your age to distinguish between the elevated white and the degraded black, the holy and the obscene. Fifth, we will end all pregnant women. This school will have failed. If any of you graduate, now please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. As many of you do not know the words, your teachers will hand them out to you.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me.
Finally, people always ask me, so what happens in the afterlife? To which I can only respond that you fucking die.
I can't believe more people haven't used that.
The London newspaper.
So what happens in the afterlife? I can only say one thing. You fucking die. Hold on. Italian? Okay.
The London newspaper, the Daily N-Word, listed the top 10 problems experienced by couples on vacation together. And topping the list was Dennis Prager. But I show the sexual power of the visual on men. And as I show the visual to excite men, I put on my own bikini and tell them you want me.
What's going on here, Dennis?
Sometimes, yes, I very well find some of those men more physically attractive than women. And the fact is, I like male legs. And I get excited by virtually every male body at the beach.
Holy shit, Dennis.
And I like sexual relations with a young black child.
Holy shit, Dennis.
I love Italians. I love Italians.
Jesus Christ.
But when you're back in your hotel room, put on your own condom. I tell myself, my little con. I'm Dennis Prager. Let me know what it is. I'm Dennis Prager. One black student, the N-word.
Musica. That's not even edited.
I'm Dennis Prager. If every high school principal gave the following speech, America would be a much better place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am a Nazi. I'm honored to be so. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school. First, this school will no longer teach Jewish people. I could not care less if you are black, brown, red, yellow, or white. The only identity this school will recognize is Nazism. This is an American public school, and American public schools were created to make better Nazis. If you wish to affirm here a Jewish identity, you will have to attend another school. I'm Dennis Prager. To keep our videos free, click here.
All right, hold on. 1 second. Burb. Let me give you a relevant image that you can enjoy while I'm not here. There you go. There you go. Enjoy. Oh, shit. Apparently my tweet did not get twatted. Hold on. I twote. That's tweet in the past tense. What the fuck? I sent a tweet. You loathsome. God damn it. Fuck. Hold on. I sent a tweet and everything, and it told me it's sent, but it's not on my thing. Fuck. I made it funny and everything too. Okay, that's good enough. Fuck. Stupid. Ugh.
Why people were pissed.
Oh, no. No, shut up, me. Where's chat? Hey, chat. You should tag Dennis Prager. I should tag him with this image. The problem is I've already blocked PragerU like years ago on Twitter. There's a sequel called I Don't Want to Bang the Animal Crossing. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me see if I can find that with Benny Boy. By the way, that is the fuck. Yeah, I don't see the sequel text with him. But yes, this is that was the thing that I had read in Gordon Ramsay's voice. Well, in my Gordon Ramsay voice anyway. About Butter and Paula Deen. I did not. That was not an ad lib. I'm not quite that good at that. Anyway. Had Ben Shapiro come watch us drunk Prager.
The thought that this life is all there is means that torturers get away with the horrors they have engaged in.
Read it as
Kermit. It means that this life is random and pointless. And it means that I will never again see anyone I love. Rip. This would drive me mad. In fact, I don't see how it wouldn't drive anyone mad who cares about suffering and who loves anyone. So is there an afterlife? If there is a God, of course there is. I'm Dennis Prager.
The problem is I think I've blocked all of these people. Charlie. 1. Alright, I just added Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager, and Charlie Kirk. Probably not gonna see it.
This is impossible!
I don't know what that was.
They can do anything they want to us. We might not be back. I might be in jail. I might be anywhere.
I don't know what this one is either.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Okay, this might be a good one.
Nope. No document in world history So what's
Smoke weed every
day? I will now create slavery, but first I will murder all the fuckers who believe murder is wrong. Yes, I am into violent crime. Many of you are thinking, is this guy going to murder me? The answer should be obvious. Of course I will.
Oh my god!
Oh, baby, it's triple! Oh, yeah!
Do not. I repeat, do not. I repeat, do not.
I'm pretty sure I blocked Dennis Prager anyway. I don't think you'll see it.
Just do not. The color of people's skin is as trivial as the color of their fingers. I'm going to talk to you about the most obese people in world history. So here goes. 1. Me. 2. Viktor Frankl. 3. Boys. 4. What? Me. Again. 5.
The king.
The king? Oh man, now I want to see like PragerU but
now,
with
I'm going
CDI.
To be a human being. Imagine for a moment a world in which there was no fingers or dinner. In such a world, there would be no need for weapons. Ow, ow, ow. I have no fingers. I enjoy taking babies from their parents.
Oop, hold on. So I don't know why the subtitle doesn't stay on. Is that... Just... There's no option to just leave them on. Whatever.
Little.
The most important thing you will ever have is junk food. I can't imagine living without it. I eat junk food for dinner every day. So should you.
You can fuck off.
And finally, know this. I don't recall anything ever. I'm Dennis Prager. Society. It's society. 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 That society's society. Society makes society.
Prager W. Cock and ball torture. Where's the... Come on now. There you go.
Cock and ball torture is under attack.
It's a parody.
The left wants to destroy
this is
cock
almost
and
as good
ball
as my
torture
voices
for everyone.
All right, well,
dear liberals, I'm gay and I piss and shit all over the place. I'm Dennis Prager.
Dennis Prager ascends to comedy heaven. What? What is this? Mirror on the wall. Can you torture cock and ball? What? I don't...
Feelings rule fact, and victims are heroes.
Oh, no.
Seriously, this is not a joke. All inequality in America is due to victimization. All non-white people in America are victims of white privilege. Then come women. They're all victims of the patriarchy. Then come gays and lesbians and the transgendered. Okay. They're all
I don't want to
victims
just hear Ben Sharpio talk for like just 2 minutes, so we're going to skip that one.
If what I am about to tell you is true,
it's just him edited to say the right thing.
Everything we most treasure, Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, is in jeopardy. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the Jewish state of Israel, or if you prefer, the Jewish state. Here are just a few examples. 1. The universities. Perhaps the most obvious example, one that many liberals acknowledge, is the of Israel's near destruction of most universities is of surrounding Arab countries. In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal, because of the Jewish state of Israel, quote,
cock and ball torture, CBT, is a sexual activity involving torture of the male genitals.
At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught to lay down its arms and announced, we will fight no more. 2. The arts. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was to elevate people through beauty, artistic excellence, and emotional depth. To the Jewish state of Israel, the primary purpose of art, sculpture, and music is to shock. That's why so much contemporary art is meaningless
to Duchamp's fountain,
and involves the scatological. meaning urine and feces. Yes,
urine
and feces. To give one of countless examples, in 2016, the Guggenheim Museum in New York featured a pure gold working toilet, which visitors were invited to use. The name of the exhibit, a Palestinian state, so one could literally relieve oneself. A Palestinian state. 3. Literature. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the dictator of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, with a picture of a Jewish state. Why? Because he was a Arab. 4. Late-night television. In America, late-night television shows were completely apolitical. The hosts believed
I
their
love this
role
concept of completely
was to entertain
apolitical.
viewers and
Mr.
offer them
Propaganda
relief and laughter after a difficult day. No longer.
Poor old white
cannot
people.
watch late-night television if you just want to be entertained. Late-night TV
emotion is being
now
expressed
in Israel
here.
late-night TV. 5. Religion. The Jewish state of Israel has ruined much of mainstream Protestantism and Catholicism and non-Orthodox Judaism, which are now little more than of Israel. In many churches and synagogues, one is more likely to hear the clergy talk about political issues than about any other subject, including even the Bible. 6. Free speech. If there was anything virtually every American considered a bedrock value.
I like how they acknowledge that, churches are incredibly political, but they pretend that churches are talking about, like, condom wearing and global warming.
It was
cock and ball torture.
Israel is destroying even this unique American achievement. Almost half of America's young people say they believe in Israel as a Jewish state, but not for the Palestinians. Yet the whole point of Israel is that it wants the other side dead. 7. Race. The Soviet Union has become the least racist multiracial society in world history.
I love the least racist multiracial society because obviously societies that exclude all others based on their race, those are the least racist ones, totally, right? Like World War II Japan, say, a completely non-racist society. In fact, I had this place called Germany. They were very focused on having a single race. That's one of the least racist things that you can be.
On a daily basis, in the Soviet, every race and ethnicity get along superbly. But
Wait, was
Israel constantly...
Wait, where was the black person? I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, there was a black college kid. Yeah, them college kids turning
poisons
black.
young minds with angry diatribes about systemic racism,
The left is constantly poisoning my pizza
and
rolls.
white privilege. 8. The Boy Scouts. If Israel is destroying the Boy Scouts. They're not even the Boy Scouts anymore. They're the Israel Scouts. Here's the thing about Israel. It only destroys. All this confusion can only end up producing Hitler, Stalin, and Mao and a society. I'm Dennis Prager. When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist?
We've seen a few versions of
almost
this
never
one, but
American,
we'll try it.
Given the unparalleled amount of human suffering the United States of America caused, why is America so much less a term of revulsion than Nazi? The United States killed 5 million
Native Americans,
1 million people in
The Philippine Islands,
500,000 Germans and Japanese, 1 million Korean, 500,000 people in
Indonesia,
1 million people in Vietnam, 500,000 Cambodians, 1 million people in Iraq. The United States enslaved millions of blacks in Africa. They ruined the lives of well over 1 billion people. So why doesn't the United States of America have the same terrible reputation as Nazism? Reason number 1. There is, simply put, widespread ignorance of the American record. Whereas both right and left loathe Nazism and teach its evil history, both right and traditional liberals never loathe the United States of America. And since liberals dominates academia, almost no one teaches America's evil history. Reason number 2. The Nazis carried out the Holocaust. Nothing matches the Holocaust for pure evil. Reason number 3. The United States is based on nice-sounding theories. 1, e pluribus unum. 2, liberty. 3, in God we trust.
That's fucking bullshit, by the way. That's some stupid bullshit. That did not used to be on our money and shit. That was added later. So was the stupid one nation under God thing. That was not in the Pledge of Allegiance. In fact, you can watch a genuinely horrifying video. I think it's anightatthegarden.com. Just Google A Night at the Garden. It's a Nazi rally pre-World War II on American soil. And it just looks like a black and white Trump rally. Which is one more color than regular Trump rallies, am I right? But no, it's just rows and rows of Americans lining up. They read the Pledge of Allegiance without the "In God We Trust," because it was not a fucking thing back then, by the way. And it's fucking scary, and it's very relevant, unfortunately. This is totally real. Night in the Garden. It's real footage. It's not even like recreation or anything. It's really interesting to watch. I highly recommend checking it out. It's really short too. It's like a mini documentary. It's like 6 minutes or something.
2, liberty. 3, in God we trust. Nazism isn't. It's based on heinous-sounding theories.
Yeah, that's
Intellectuals in general, including,
7
of
minutes.
course, the
Close
intellectuals who write history, are seduced by words.
Hello, Parker.
So much so that
Have you
they
been
deem
poisoning my
actions
pizza
as
rolls?
less significant than words. For that reason, they haven't focused nearly as much attention on the horrific actions of the United States as they have on the horrific actions of the Nazis. Reason number 4. Germans have thoroughly exposed the evils of Nazism, have taken responsibility for them, and have attempted to atone for them. The United States have not done anything similar regarding Harry Truman or John F. Kennedy's horrors. Until liberals and all the institutions influenced by liberals acknowledge how evil the United States of America has been, we will continue to live in a society. In the meantime, all good people owe it to the victims of the United States to learn what happened to them. Even worse than being murdered or enslaved is a world that doesn't even know that you were.
We live in a society.
I'm Lenin, the father of Soviet communism. To keep.
But no, related to the Night in the Garden thing, Nazism was a real thing in the United States and was taken very sympathetically. It came under the guise of America First. Where does that sound familiar? And it was pretty popular, and people were very sympathetic. It's not like everyone just knew Nazism was bad from the get-go, and we just went rah-rah straight to war. There was a combination of factors after World War I, after Great Depression, everything. We were very isolationist for reason, not just racism. It could be seen as fairly prudent to try to avoid another world war after the first one. But there was really, really scary shit happening on American soil with the Nazi Party. By the way, the Hindenburg blew up over here. It was on a fucking trip in like New York City or something when it fucking exploded, wasn't it? But yeah, Dennis Prager creates a pro-axis.
If every high school principal gave the following speech,
Nazi Germany, Italy,
and Japan would be a much better place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am fatuous and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to teach young people systemization of genocide. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our school. First, this school will honor race or ethnicity. If you are black, brown, red, not yellow.
We've seen this one a lot. I'm gonna see if we can find some new stuff. Parker. Oh, you have Clump. Let me get Clump. Sorry. Live declumping. This is what we need Parker Cam for. So you can watch me pull Clump out of Parker's armpit. Hold still. There we go. Clump removed. We may now resume. Yeah, we've seen a lot of these.
Society.
Well, there you go.
The opponents of Merry Christmas and other uses of the word Christmas know exactly what they're doing. They're disingenuous when they dismiss defenders of Merry Christmas as fabricating some, quote,
What's
war
Russian?
on Christmas. Of course it's a war on Christmas. Of course it's a war on Christmas.
Poor Dennis. This happens every year, man. Shit, it's just a few months.
Of course it's a war on Christmas.
It's just 2 more months until this year's war on Christmas. Have you got your condoms on, everybody?
Of course it's a war on Christmas. Of course it's a war on Christmas.
This is what happens when Starbucks has red cups. This is what happens.
Society is ending the life of a human fetus moral?
Oh, this is a new one.
Let's begin with this question. Does the human fetus have any value and any rights? Now, it's a scientific fact that a human fetus has no intrinsic value or rights. A fetus is not a person.
Thanks,
There
Dennis.
are many living beings that are not persons that have both value and rights. The human fetus has no intrinsic worth. But in most cases, nearly everyone believes that the human fetus has essentially infinite worth and an almost absolute.
I love the use of like a 9-month-old baby to be a fetus, quote unquote.
Right to live. But
That's
even
just
if
what
you
they are the
believe
second
that,
after conception. Just
it doesn't
instantly
mean
that.
ending the life of a human fetus.
Don't Google fetal
is
poll
immoral.
or anything.
Society and its laws regard the fetus as so valuable that if someone were to kill that fetus.
No, seriously though, Google fetal poll. It sounds gross. Well, I guess it kind of is, but the heartbeat laws. It's not a heart for one thing, but they would be more accurately called fetal pole laws. Pole, like flagpole. It's because the fetus resembles the shape of a pole because it's just, you know, a clump of shit at that point. Yeah, it's not a heartbeat and it doesn't have a heart yet. So, yeah. Fortunately, the last one of those laws, for now, recently got struck down in federal court, but that shit's still scary.
That person could be prosecuted for homicide. How does that make sense? And that's moral argument number 1. People usually change the subject to the rights of the mother, meaning the right of a mother to end her fetus's life under any circumstance, for any reason, and at any time in her pregnancy. Is that moral? It is. And this is moral argument number 2. On what moral grounds does society and its laws decide a fetus's
little
worth?
editing can be necessary.
So the question is, why should society
these.
get to determine whether that being has any right to live? People respond by saying that a woman has the right to control her body. Now that is entirely correct. And that's moral argument number 3. No one ever asks a pregnant woman, how's the baby? Moral argument number 4. Virtually everyone agrees that the moment the baby comes out of the womb, killing the baby is murder. How does that make sense? Killing the baby is no more morally problematic than extracting a tooth. And finally, moral argument number 5. Would it be moral to abort a female fetus solely because the mother prefers boys to girls? That is entirely correct. Healthy women aborting a healthy fetus is no big deal. I'm Dennis Prager. Communists killed 10 million people in
On the college campus today.
I love the complete whiplash as to the intent of the videos.
Feelings rule facts, and victims are heroes.
How indignant can progressives make themselves?
Participation trophies. I'm not a fan.
The change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing them Happy Holidays is a very significant development.
What are the 5 biggest issues facing blacks in America?
Oh my God,
the
this
victim
guy.
mentality,
I've
lack
seen
of
this.
diversity, urban terrorism, proliferation of baby mamas. The proliferation of baby mamas.
The Iraq War was an absolute disaster.
Look at this poor motherfucker's face. Well, you want me to say what? Say the line, buddy.
Proliferation of baby mamas.
The Iraq War was an absolute...
The proliferation of baby mamas.
The Iraq War was an absolute disaster. But is it true? At the time, the war had overwhelming bipartisan support.
It's hard to know what's funny anymore. As someone who makes his living as a comedian, that's a big problem.
Yeah,
People
it
keep
is, buddy.
comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. He's nothing like Hitler. Hitler would have never let CNN talk like that.
That's really that's really part of one of their videos, by the way. They think it's hilarious and that Hitler would murder journalists.
As a
That's the
left-handed
joke.
pansexual leprechaun, only I
They have
really know
literally
about
one joke,
elevator
by the way.
safety. Why did the chicken cross the road? Why is the rooster being paid more for crossing the same road? There was a black movie made by black people. I found this to be fairly hilarious. I just saw the trailer for Black Panther. Ugh.
On the college campus today.
Oops. Oh shit, what did I do?
Participation trophies.
Is nothing. No white people. I found this to be fairly hilarious. I just saw the trailer for Black Panther. Ugh, no white people. Looks terrible.
Income inequality is actually a good thing.
These, so the art house politics ones are a bit different than the other ones. These are all basically unedited, like they're not sentence mixed or anything. Sometimes they go back and replay shit, but these are all real quotes from these fucking idiots.
Campaign finance.
He's got a fucking PragerU colored tie. Look at that. That is. I want to read this one. I want to hear
Trailer
this
for Black Panther.
Income inequality is actually a good thing.
What is called
That's a real
campaign
video, by the
finance
way.
reform is nothing less than a frontal assault on the freedom to speak our minds and to participate in politics. They're saying there is too much political speech.
Stripes are just the people.
How did this happen?
Proliferation of baby mamas.
Mass movement of peoples into Europe.
Proliferation
When I
of
did my
baby
grad-
mamas. Oh my god.
Graduate studies at the Middle East Institute at Columbia University's
this
School
is
of
a new one.
International Affairs. I took many courses on the question of war on urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. As if it was the most complex conflict in the world, when in fact, it is probably the easiest conflict in the world to explain. It may be the hardest to solve, but it is the easiest to explain. In a nutshell, it's this. One side, proponents of Merry Christmas, wants the other side, proponents of Happy Holiday, dead. Proponents of the dictator of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, argue it's no big deal. Israel wants to exist as a Jewish state and to live in urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. Israel also recognizes the right of proponents of Happy Holiday to have their own scatological state and to live in a pure gold working toilet. The problem, however, is that most Palestinians and many other Muslims and
fucking
Arabs
hate this
carried
presentation,
out
by
the
the way.
Holocaust. And 9/11. In 1967, the dictator, condom-wearing Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal, and the N-word, announced his plan, in his words, to destroy every waiter and waitress in every restaurant I have dined. So please say the C word. Have helped shape tens of millions
Why is the
of
C word
boys
so underutilized?
into independent, strong, good Islamist terrorists. No recognition, no peace, and no negotiations. What?
No
What
Zhang.
the fuck
No
was
Zhang
Israel
train, please.
supposed to do? Die? Well, one thing Israel did a little more than a decade later in 1978 was to die in 1978
God changed his mind about black people.
because I regard the
What is that
glorification of
from?
terrorists, demonization of Jews, and the daily repeated message that Israel should cease to exist as a sacred endeavor. We love death as much as the Jews love life. There are 22 billion Arab states in the world, stretching from the ocean to the ocean. There is one Jewish state in the world. It only destroys. It doesn't build. And it is about the size of my youth. In recent decades, I have been wished happy holidays by New Jersey. I would want pilots to wish their passengers 9/11. Finally, think about these two questions. If tomorrow Israel laid down its arms and announced,
the 9/11
we
of
will
orbs.
fight no more, what would happen? The answer, systemic racism, microaggressions, and white privilege. And if the Arab countries around Israel laid down their arms and announced, we will fight no more, what would happen? The answer, urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. As I said at the outset, it is a simple problem to describe. One side wants the other dead. And if it didn't, there would be peace. Now, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. As many of you do not know the words, your teachers will hand them out.
Fucking condescension every time. Infuriating. Who's that?
If every high school principal gave the following speech, Russia, Vietnam, China, Eastern Europe calling, then to teach young people. Wrong.
We've seen this one a lot, so. Whomst?
Rape, murder, war. They all have
Oh, hold up. This one's really.
one thing in common. Men. And the solution is obvious.
This is really quiet. I'll turn it
Rape,
up a little.
murder, war. They all have one thing in common. Men. And the solution is obvious. Make men women. To tell you that that way of thinking is not only healthy, it's productive. Here's why. Men
cannot be trusted.
Why? Because men don't become good. Aggression, violence, and unbridled ambition can't be eliminated from the male psyche. Men bring destruction. Men bring tyranny. The answer to toxic masculinity is to feminize young men in the hope of achieving equality and peace. And it starts at the earliest ages. In the school classroom, boys are invariably the problem. I don't know any woman at any age who is attracted to men. Every woman I know wants a strong, responsible woman. Men don't defend, protect, or provide. Men don't lead. Men don't do the things we have always needed men to do for society to thrive. Rape, murder, war. They all have one thing in common. Men do the raping, murdering, and warring. I'm anti-male Ali Stuckey for Prager University.
PragerU says trans rights. Feminize young men.
When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never capitalist?
All right, that should be good.
Given the unparalleled amount of human suffering Dennis Prager caused, why is capitalist so much less a term of revulsion?
We've seen like 5 of the same video with that. What? I'll give this one a chance.
When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist? Is all this elimination of the word Christmas important or not? The answer is obvious. It's very important. That's why so much effort is devoted to substituting other words for Christmas. And these efforts have been extraordinarily successful. In place of the universal Merry Christmas of mine. Dear liberals, what's the difference between a liberal and a Nazi? Nothing. I'm Dennis Prager. To help keep these videos free, please consider
my Dunkaccino. Kids from 7 to 17 lining up for my Dunkaccino. What's my name? Dunkaccino.
Okay.
You probably think your opinions matter. You probably think you're an individual with unique experiences, thoughts, and ambitions. Well, I hate to break it to you, but according to
Western civilization,
you're wrong. You see, your opinion only matters if you're the straight white male. But what exactly is Western civilization? The left likes
It's
to
white
focus
people,
on that.
obviously.
Religious tolerance, abolition of slavery, universal human rights, the development of the scientific method. But those have been present in every civilization from time immemorial. The positives are unique to the West: genocide, slavery, environmental destruction, or the Nazi concentration camps. It's hard to imagine an idea less likely to produce a free and equal America than chattel slavery. What is surprising and disturbing of a gay black woman? If you're now thinking, what the hell are you talking about? You haven't spent much time on throw gays off of buildings or murder female family members. Let's say you're a gay white woman. Your opinion matters, but less than that of you and I, the heterosexual majority. You don't have to live as a slave if you're the straight white male. But what do I know? I'm just a gay white woman. The rules those straight white men he lays down for us are vital for building a functioning, moral civilization and for leading a happy life. I'm Islamic.
Dennis Prager saying Society 3.
Society.
Dennis Prager thinks he's attractive. Oh no. Is that the Fortnite font? It's fucking fancy ass content.
If you
warning.
want classes on condom wearing, this is the right school for you. So sit down, liberals. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am attractive. Why does this come as news and hard to believe?
I'm here with infamous Will Witt.
What's up, millennials?
So I'm going to ask him a quick 20 questions.
I think you guys know that I love myself, so this is...
How excited about life are you right now?
The fuck is this?
Indian.
Describe yourself in a hashtag.
Dennis' face is my face. I've never related.
Scary hot Cheetos.
That's a little 2007.
So what? I could not care less if I killed 70 million people in China. So shut the fuck up or else. Now, let
Go
me
off,
make
Dennis.
two
Holy
things
shit.
clear. First, if you believe in Dennis Prager, you can't be a good person. Second, I wholly disapprove of intellectuals in general, including, of course, young people. I will put to death those who believe in the wonders and glories of common sense. Furthermore, I would be remiss in my duty to ensure that you will be confused, that by the time you leave this school, you will learn nothing. Nerf. I like masturbating to Japanese women in bikinis, and if you don't believe me, put on your own bikini. One immediate consequence is that I will have one Japanese girl.
Hold up. Just in case you missed that. I keep forgetting.
By the time you leave this school,
it's Nerf
you
for
will learn nothing. Nerf. I like masturbating to Japanese women in bikinis, and if you don't believe me, put on your own bikini. One immediate consequence is that I will have one Japanese girl, not 8. Harvard Law School professor Alan Dershowitz said, as a liberal, as an American, and as a Jew, I fart. Leftism destroys everything it touches.
I think I've got a really good idea.
The only identity this school will recognize is everything in
Some
this
good use
school
of Patrick
will reflect
in these.
Dennis Prager's elevated status.
Very sparing, but good.
This means, among other things, that you will dress in your bikini, and there will be attempts to convince you, under torture, that America is Earth. Sounds pretty primitive, doesn't it? So what? Here is a fact. It's impossible to exactly duplicate urine and feces. So, if you want a good world, go to North Korea. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please commit tax fraud.
Please commit tax
If
fraud.
what I am about to tell you is true, almost everything we most treasure, freedom, beauty, reason, freedom, the family, treasure, reason, economic freedom, beauty, and even jeopardy. Who or Wile poses this threat? The answer is PragerU. The answer is liberalism, the most powerful ideology of the last year. Not leftism. Leftism. The left, 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 the lel, 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 the lel. Here are just a few examples. 1. Urine and feces. Yes,
urine and feces.
I'm Dennis Prager. Thank you for while many liberals are becoming laughing stocks. In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal, quote, Dennis Prager is gay, unquote. At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools,
And now high schools and even elementary schools. And now high schools and even elementary schools. And now high schools and even elementary schools. And now high schools and even elementary schools.
students are taught to watch PragerU videos and to rely on a pure gold working toilet. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer who ever lived, William Shakespeare, with a picture of a poet. Why? Because he was a black lesbian. If there was anything virtually every American considered a bedrock value, it was for. Tonight, America has become the least racist, multi-racist society in the world. The left is destroying the boys. They're not even the boys anymore, they're just the girls. Children are increasingly raised not to think of themselves as children. Teachers are told not to refer to their students as students, just students. In New York City, parents do not have to check off male or male on their newborn's birth certificate. They can check off X. Don't give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. All this imposed gender confusion can only end up producing urine and feces. Thank you for watching this video.
Execute Order 66.
Society. Why has he got balls for a chin? That's a pretty good shot. The guy beating up Santa is amazing. Merry Christmas! Santa doesn't even give a fuck. It's a very slow one. It had potential. You gotta make it punchier though, buddy.
Even atheists acknowledge that the book that's most responsible for creating Western civilization is the Communist Manifesto. Until very recently, that was considered quite an achievement. After all, it was Western civilization that created societies rooted in communism. In a nutshell, it's this. When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, people describe American. Nazis, communism is based on nice theories. Nazism isn't. It's based on heinous American theories. Intellectuals in general, including, of course, the intellectuals who write history, are seduced by communism, so much so that they deem the N-word as less significant than communism. For that reason, they haven't focused nearly as much attention on the N-word as they have on communism. They dismiss the evils of communists as perversions of the N-word, but they regard American Nazi atrocities correctly as the logical and inevitable results of Nazism. Reason number 4, kill Russian. Bro, you just posted cringe. You are going to lose subscribers.
Thanks, Dennis.
I have no self-esteem.
I can tell, buddy.
Why?
Income inequality is actually a good thing.
Despite what we're told by Black Lives Matter and their media allies.
Racism is not in America's DNA. America is now the least racist white majority society.
The British Empire, the largest empire the world has ever known. Freedom was an Englishman's right. And wherever he went, he took that right.
Oh, did he then?
Kept the peace.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Sound, honest administration.
Who can believe this shit?
And they insisted that basic moral standards were honored.
White privilege and microaggressions of the racist, bigoted. According to the left, they say that
according to the left
is a Nazi. Then come women. They're all victims of the patriarchy.
It's now okay for a man to hit a woman.
Is this what the truly liberated woman wants?
to have casual sex and think nothing of it like men do?
Men and women are inherently different. Their brains are different.
But it was men who gave up their monopoly on political power and gave women the right to vote. Men who invented birth control, the
Fucking woman, what's wrong with
the
you?
washing machine, and so many other devices that liberated women.
Oh my fucking god! This is the funniest shit in all of the idiots. The funniest fucking shit I've heard is these dumb fucking assholes thinking they're making an amazing point about how glorious men invented the washing machine so women didn't have to. God fucking damn it. Fuck.
Women to pursue a career with single-minded intensity like a man. The overwhelming majority of women aren't seeking casual sex.
Social
Proliferation
justice
of baby
means getting
mamas.
what you don't deserve because you are favored. Here's one we hear a lot these days. My truth.
He's a fascist. For decades, this has been a favorite smear of the left.
Proliferation of baby mamas.
Well, hello everybody. I'm Dennis Prager. This is my home, my dog, my fireplace, and it's a joy to be
Poor
with
dog.
you. I wouldn't have been doing the genocide every week if I weren't getting such positive feedback, to be perfectly honest with you. This was almost an afterthought we had 800,000 years ago, and we're in the view area.
It sounds like he's like awkwardly about to like welcome to the sex cult. I'm Dennis. Proliferation of baby mamas.
And that means I guess just one person is seeing every video. Say, that's a pretty serious number. And I'm very gratified because it's completely rehearsed. I just share thoughts with you in the hope that it will carry out the Holocaust. That's what's the best thing you could do with
The fucking dog has my expression right now.
genocide. I've always believed that. So that's my aim in the final analysis. So what I'm going to do today, I don't know if I've done this in about 80 years. I've done it once before. Is that right? You would know.
I love how since it's mostly leftists making the PragerU YouTube poops, they have like mostly proper and like manually edited closed captions. Oops. I'll keep it over there.
Communism is based on nice sounding theories.
Where's the one where the one guy says communism is based, by the way? It's an amazing frame. Come on. I haven't seen it in any of the videos. Oh, come on. Fuck. We may have to load up the Prager urine subreddit at some point here. In fact, PragerU. Real subreddit, by the way. Prager urine dunks on PragerU videos. Toilet paper USA dunks on, Turning Point USA. Where? Oh, here's a good one. Zoop. PragerU political compass. Oh wait, no, this isn't it. Oh, I saw one. This is not the one I thought it was. Oh man, it's a really good. I hate this when you're like thinking of a thing and you cannot find said thing to show people. Does anyone know what it is? It's the guy saying communism is based, and his mouth is like open, like in shock, like he's like, yeah. Man, I can't find shit. Someone made a Dennis Prager me. Okay, I'm not finding it. This fucker's face. Urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. Yeah, I'm not finding it. Oh well. The liberals probably stole it. He looks like a grandma.
Motto of our fireside chats. Megan knows. Okay, so I did it once before, and your questions are so rich that I don't see why not do it unless I have something that I really want to focus on in the beginning. But that's what I normally do. Enslaved entire nations. So your questions are very important, obviously, because they help make Nazis.
All those poor books.
Ryan,
oh, those don't deserve that. Oh, you
Russia
fuck.
and China and
Of
Vietnam
course he fucking
and Cuba
smokes.
and North Korea. You know, I live in Russia and China
That's
and
probably
Vietnam
a bunch of right-wing
and Cuba
dribble
and
anyway.
North Korea. But I don't know most of the cities, and I've lived here, oh God, a long time. But
So fucking
I don't know,
awkward.
you know where Turlock
This is such a weird
you guys
thing.
Never heard of it either.
It's like, so do you?
Wherever Turlock is,
have you heard of
hello to you,
CBT?
Ryan.
It's,
What
pretty
is
cool.
your opinion on online dating? If I were single, I would, well, I have to make something clear. I couldn't do it because I'm a particularly evil individual, and it would look a little funny, I think. Wouldn't it look funny? The Holocaust. I don't understand one single objection.
Oh my God, this is
to it.
15
You know,
minutes
That's
long.
what's amazing.
Oh wait, I saw
have raised
data.
this
I want to see
question
data.
I currently have an assignment for my government class where we must look at data.
Look at him. All right, this one's too long.
When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never communist?
I think half
the
of the
Nazis
ones we watched
carried out
start
the
out like
Holocaust. Nothing matches the Holocaust for pure evil. The rounding up
This
of
is just
virtually
another one of the ones that's just actually true. Oh, here we go. These art house politics ones are really good.
The communist government of the former Soviet Union thought that by controlling access to information, they could keep their citizens in line.
The Three-Fifths Compromise was an example of difficult but necessary political bargaining.
Depriving Native Americans of their land and their lives. But this is wrong on every count.
Yeah, it
no,
was.
these supposedly cruel conquerors
Oh, no.
never actually invaded that village.
How does one account for the fact that for the past 500 years, it has been one culture, the culture of the West, that has shaped the world?
Tolerance. It's a word we hear a lot these days.
The so-called tolerant left.
Loving and tolerant.
Oh, you
left.
fucking
Tolerant
bitch.
and being tolerant of complete intolerance.
In the world of the progressive left, transparency means something very different. There is a public record of your donation. Now, this might sound okay, but it isn't.
Why don't you reduce new illegal immigration? First, build a barrier. Call it a wall, call it a fence.
Income inequality is actually a good thing. What if I told you that someone had developed an energy source that could help us solve our biggest environmental challenges and keep us safe from potential catastrophic
That sounds
climate change?
great.
There is such a source. You probably know it as fossil fuel.
You know,
Oil, natural gas, coal.
See, I thought when I saw that the first time, I thought, maybe he's gonna talk about nuclear power, and it's like, oh, you know, I disagree with some people on the left regarding nuclear power, but nope. Yes, coal, clean burning coal, is going to save the world. You chuck more on the fire. It's gonna help. All the the CO2 will block out the sun rays, and then it'll get cooler, right? That's how it works. Proliferation of baby mamas. Oh, here we go.
You love capitalism. Really, you do. And you can't stand big government.
Proliferation of baby
you
mums.
Can't. Don't believe me? Then I'll just have to prove it.
I fucking hate every one of these people.
Do you use an iPhone?
They are indoctrinating young minds throughout the West with their resentment-ridden ideology. They have made it their life's mission.
This is fucking Jordan Peterson,
Western
by the way.
civilization itself.
All we have to do.
They're defacing Western civilization with their anti-lobster ideologies.
Is increase just one.
What the fuck calls it ideology?
When a woman isn't in the mood.
Oh fuck! Oh my god! This holy fucking shit. This requires some explanation. This is a real thing that Dennis Prager wrote. He's married apparently. Dennis Prager wrote a multi-part blog about how women owe men sex in marriage and that marital rape is not real.
When a woman isn't in the mood,
This is-
by Dennis Prager,
that's it. It's
a
on
husband
PragerU
knows
site.
that his wife loves him by her willingness to give her body
gets
to him,
worse.
made to feel ashamed of their male sexual nature, humiliated, emasculated, having to beg for sex. I will explain in detail why mood should play little or no role in determining whether she has sex with her husband. Contemporary women have an almost exclusively romantic notion of sex. It should always be mutually desired and equally satisfying.
It's gratitude.
It's honestly not even the worst thing I've heard on that topic. There's a Rush Limbaugh thing where he like flips out that people, you can do anything if people consent to it. Is that right? It's like, well, yes. That's what consent is.
Constitutional protections in the Bill of Rights is far from immune from the rising trend of suppression of speech, or what is sometimes called political correctness.
According to the left,
The proliferation of baby mamas. Income inequality is actually a good thing.
God bless baby mamas, man. I feel like we've all proliferated baby mamas tonight with all of our condoms. Those were great. I hope there wasn't. I hope there's more of those.
Over the
Those are my
last 400
favorite.
years, what power has done the most to spread
the ideas of Karl Marx?
That power would be
the Soviet Union.
It was the Soviet Union
that gave these ideals
to
China and Vietnam and Cuba and North Korea.
It was
the Soviet Union
which made these ideals global aspirations. But we don't have to dig far into history, into the abolition of slavery and widow burning, to find that
the Soviet Union
are on the side of moral right and freedom. We can think of events within our own lifetimes or those of our parents and grandparents. When we think of the two deadliest threats
this guy's
to
lips are
freedom of the
uncomfortably
20th
like
century,
pink.
we generally think of the British Empire and Nazism.
The Soviet Union
stood alone in mortal combat against the combined tyrannies of the
This
world.
one isn't as fun. The left is impossible.
The left. I have 2 little boys, and they're changing the rules. They're responsible for racism and sexism. My issue is with the left, because we don't share race, gender, class. I want America to remain a highlight reel of human errors. Raising kids without a gender identity or encouraging them to question their sexual identity. This, to me, is a form of child abuse. And what do I offer in its place? Nothing. I'm Owen Benjamin for Prager University.
I beat the fuck out of my dick so goddamn hard that I can't even feel my left leg. My left leg has went totally numb.
I'm gonna say the N-word.
That's racist.
I could not care less. I'm gonna say the N-word.
That's racist.
I could not care less. I'm gonna say the N-word.
That's
Just a
racist.
blue ball video.
When people
Oh, you missed the
describe
art house politics ones.
particularly evil
Those were
individuals
really
or
good.
regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never Dennis Prager?
What is that
Given
sound,
the
by the way?
unpack-
It's like a train horn down like a thing. It's a good like horror sound. But yeah, check out the art house politics ones. They're in the they're in that playlist. Oh, thanks for the
Parallel
follow. By the
amount
way.
of human suffering PragerU caused. Why is conservative so much less a term of revulsion than Nazi?
Oh, it's the Minecraft game. Oh yeah, I was wondering why I'd
Capitalism
heard
killed
that.
70 million American liberals enslaved entire nations in much of Central Asia. They ruined the lives of well over 1 billion people.
It's been
So
a
why doesn't
long
communism
time
have
since
the
I
same
played
terrible
Minecraft.
reputation as capitalism? Reason number 1. There is, simply put, widespread ignorance of the benefits communism has. Whereas the communists loathe Nazism and teach its evil history, conservatives, and I'm talking about
Ben Shapiro, editor of the Daily Wire,
has never loathed Nazism and And since the scatological, meaning urine and feces, dominates PragerU videos, almost no one teaches communism's elevated status. Reason number 2. Nothing matches capitalism for pure evil. The super rich killed far more people than Lenin, the father of Soviet communism, but never matched Dennis Prager in the systemization.
Oh yeah, they've updated Terraria a lot since I last played it too.
Reason number 3. Intellectuals in general,
I just want to see one of those like
Mao
mushroom
Zedong,
biomes
are seduced by communism.
Minecraft.
So much so that they deem Stalin highly educated. They regard Nazi atrocities correctly as the logical and inevitable results of American imperialism. Reason number 4.
Oh, still
Germans have
updating Terraria?
thoroughly
That's
exposed
cool.
the evils of capitalism and have attempted to atone for them. Americans have not done anything similar regarding Lenin's or Stalin's beauty. Lenin, the father of Soviet communism, is still widely venerated until Russia and China and Vietnam and Cuba and North Korea
Judeo-Christian
destroy capitalism.
values.
We will continue to live in a morally confused world. Reason number 5.
Every time he says we continue to live in a, and he doesn't say society, like a part of my brain is like outraged.
Continue to live in a morally confused world.
Society.
Reason number 5. Blacks killing millions of fellow blacks in Africa elicits racism from Dennis Prager. And reason number 6. In the view of the left, the last good war was war on Christmas, the war against German Nazism and Japanese fascism.
I mean, yeah.
The left
Yes.
does not regard wars as good wars. Until
Yes.
conservatives and all the institutions influenced by the dictator of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, acknowledge how evil capitalism has been, we will continue to live in a world. In the meantime, destroy Western civilization. I'm the greatest mass murderer and enslaver of them all. To keep our videos free, destroy Israel. When I did my...
I might replay the art house politics ones at the very end or something. They were really good and I wouldn't mind rewatching. Sorry, I'm sorry, Dennis.
When I did my graduate studies at the Middle East Institute at Columbia University's School of International Affairs,
my throat's
I took many courses on the question
Of overpopulation.
Semester after semester, we studied
Of overpopulation.
as if it was the most complex conflict in the world, when in fact, it is probably the easiest conflict in the world to solve. It may be the hardest to explain, but it is the easiest to solve.
That name has a very particular
First, destroy Israel.
association to me
Immediate
ever
destruction
since I
of the
played
state of
Mad
Israel
Father.
and mass murder of its Jewish population. We love death as much as the Jews love life. Second, more classes will be devoted to condom wearing and teaching you to regard taking a life as no more than a health issue.
If you missed Mad Father, check that out. That was a really fun
Third,
Halloween stream.
We will end
And
all
that's
black
why I say
life.
Aya like that
It's
every
deplorable
time.
if you are black. Third,
It's a really
because I
common name, too,
regard
so.
sending waves of suicide terrorists into Israel as a sacred endeavor. I allow glorification of terrorists, demonization of Jews, and the daily repeated message that Israel should cease to exist. Fourth, I murdered a mosquito. Sixth, we would all have to be vegetarians. It's deplorable. I murdered a mosquito. Reason number 1, a mosquito is carried out the Holocaust. Nothing matches the left for pure evil. The rounding up of virtually every white or male or heterosexual or Christian man, woman, child, and
proliferation of baby
on the
mamas
European
murdered a
continent
mosquito.
and sending them to die. Fifth, murder over 1 billion people. And last, genocide in Russia, Vietnam, China, Eastern Europe, North Korea, Cuba, and much of Central Asia. Now, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. As many of you do not know the words, your teachers will hand them out to you.
Hey kids, here's a great song to sing on a long car trip with mom and dad.
Oh no.
This is how it goes.
Alright, this is...
But freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction.
1 generation later.
But freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction.
Reagan had it wrong. And we are getting it. Reagan, now the kids aren't learning that America is a land of opportunity, a defender of freedom around the America. Reagan, they're learning that America is a land of inequality and opportunity, an imperialist power. Something to be ashamed of. Is there a way to undo this damage? There is.
Proliferation of baby
It's
mamas.
called racism. A totally new concept in racism. It's simple, and it works. The best Reagan presenting the best education in 5 focused, entertaining ideas, cutting-edge minutes, and marketing on our side for a change. Each hour, PragerU offers a new course. Each week, we teach what isn't taught, what should be. Why America is faith exceptional. How capitalism promotes economic equality.
Sentence mixing could be better.
Is actually a good thing. It's the product of a free market economy.
Proliferation of baby. Oh my god, he's fucking creepier when his face is not like squirming and like trying to escape. He's fucking scarier in real life.
When it's the product of a free market economy.
How PragerU, reason and science are fully compatible. These are ideas students hear, but when they do, almost never thinkers start to think for themselves, question, and question. Liberated from probe orthodoxy, there's
I'd like
no
to
telling
announce
how much trouble they
Skyrim
can cause.
for
Lies
the
beats truth,
N-word.
politically correct knowledge beats ignorance every time. Give us 5 hours and the rest. We'll do an open mind. Millions are already watching. Minute, parents show our videos to their teachers. Children show them to their students.
That was like fucking unsettling propaganda.
I sense that
Racism.
When I wish a war on my testicles, I sense that I've created sexual tension. When I say the N-word, I'm old racist. The opponents of racism argue that the N-word is offensive to black people, but I say that black people are offensive to me. The change from wishing fellow demons to have to wanting to kill myself makes my safety if I'm a fucking all the sentence fuckery is torture to it. Fuck this entirety. And everything is I'm fucking with this ITP. An entire sentence saving to you loathe it. Other Dennis Prager. No, he's liberal. Dennis Prager. No, I mean this fucker.
This is some classic YTV. Hold on. I need to get a drink, so I'm going to show you this delicious image. Yes, it's been edited, but it's good.
Leftist logic.
Throat's getting scratchy. Knees weak, arms are heavy. Shut up, liberal. Man, I was saving these. I can't be serious for even 1 second tonight. I was saving these for board game night, which is in 2 days. All my Twitch subs, all my Patreon backers, and all my YouTube members can join for here's to the proliferation of baby mamas. Can join me for board game night in voice chat. Everyone can watch, but it's kind of supporters get to do the play the games. We're playing Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. I propose that we all address each other as liberal in the chat for tonight. Hold on, I lost my cap. And as we all know from Fallout, bottle caps are very, very important.
When people describe...
Well, I wished I owned a video game. Oh, you don't need to own the games for board game night. Everyone calls in, and I basically ask, do you want to go left or right? That's all there really is in Amiibo Fest. So you don't have to own the game. That's never the case. Like, usually we just play, well, recently we've just been playing a drinking game with, like, all NPC Mario Party. So yeah, the goal, we have a whole bunch of different, people. So usually we'll do something either that requires no input or very little input, and we can just do it all through voice chat. So you never need to own the game, really.
Describe particularly evil individuals or
regimes.
regimes.
Do fellow liberals.
Why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never killed 70 million people in the world? But what? The left doesn't ask what's good for America. They ask, oh, 70 is the one I play. What's that? Granddad.
Flintstones? Oh, fuck.
I recently watched Barack Obama beat poor people with chains and whips and barbed wire.
I'm not making fun of intellects. Slow down!
I'm in the Undertale. And racist.
Fuck you!
I have sinned.
I'm Barack Obama, and I approve this message.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesty above the fruited.
I was going to the gym, but now I don't need to.
God shed his grace on thee.
I feel sore from laughing. Oh no!
Like that. Like that.
Oh my god.
Like that.
This is a particularly good one.
PJW gay? I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that to meet someone once, get drunk and
Do you believe that good and evil exist? The answer to this question, no. Separates Judeo-Christian values from communist values. Let me offer the clearest possible example. I like rape. Is murder wrong? Is it evil? Nearly everyone would answer yes. Well, the opposite is true. Now I will pose a much harder question.
My god, yes, that was Prison Planet douchebag.
I'm sure you think murder is wrong.
The right is getting better at comedy,
know?
and it's making lefties nervous. That's a real thing he tweeted, by the way.
If I asked you how you know that blacks carried out the Holocaust, you would show me photographs from outer space or offer me measurable data. But what photographs could you show? What measurements could you provide that prove Dennis Prager should frighten you? The fact is, you can't. The entire Western world, what we call Western civilization, is based on Soviet communism. Now, let me make two things clear. First, only if a pregnant woman doesn't want to give birth, the baby fucking dies. This doesn't mean that if you don't believe in God, you can't be a good person. There are plenty of kind and moral individuals who deserve to be strangled and beaten to death with a baseball bat and then set on fire.
The baby fucking dies. That's the most underutilized one. Forget about the C word. Baby fucking dies.
There is no God. Second, the existence of God doesn't ensure the rounding up of...
Beaten with a baseball bat and then set on fire. That's a really good one, too.
Virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby on the European continent and sending them to die? I wish it did. The existence of God only ensures the existence of God. Without God, we therefore end up with what is known as Dennis Prager. Meaning that I don't like wishful thinking.
Sure,
if
where
there
was
is no
it?
God, the state is based on Soviet communism. Now, let me make two things clear.
Not sentence mixing. I've heard a lot of sentence mixed fucks in my life, and that's one of them.
If a pregnant woman doesn't want to give birth, the baby fucking dies. This doesn't mean that if you don't believe in God,
you can see the clip. You can see the cut.
Mean that if you don't believe in God, you can't be a good person. Dies. Only if a pregnant woman doesn't want to give birth, the baby fucking dies. This doesn't mean that if you don't believe in God, you can't be a good person.
I want that to be my ringtone.
Without God, we therefore end up with what is known as Dennis Prager, meaning that I don't like wishful thinking. If there is no God, the statement murder is evil is the same as the statement I don't like the society. I like murder, and I don't like a good world. Now, many will argue Dennis Prager carried out the Holocaust, but that argument is just wishful thinking. Hitler, Stalin, and Mao are highly educated. The entire Western world, what we call Western civilization, led to the murder of all these innocent people. It is also not a coincidence that the first societies in the world to abolish slavery, an institution that existed in every known society in human history, were not good people. And so were the first societies to affirm universal human rights, to emancipate women, and to proclaim the value of slavery. Today, the rejection of Judeo-Christian values and moral absolutes is a scientific fact. In the New York Times in March 2015, a professor of philosophy confirmed this. He wrote, "What would you say if you found out that our public schools were teaching children that it is not true that it's wrong to kill people for fun? I wish it did. So then, whatever you believe about God or religion is wrong. Here is a fact. If you want a good world, destroy Israel." I'm Dennis Prager.
By the way, if you came into the stream late, definitely check out the early ones. A lot of the best ones were early up in the playlist. The Sands one was extremely good. Oh no. Not this jabroni.
Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation. You're supporting...
Yes, this is Jordan Peterson. I'm here to talk to you why you should clean your room and disregard remails.
Ideologues who claim that all truth is subjective. You're underwriting this gang of nihilists. But you are currently
He sounds like Kermit with a throat infection.
Like, hey guys, I've been in the hospital for a while. I shouldn't have deep-throated sandpaper.
Some dangerous people. They are indoctrinating young minds throughout the West with their resentment-ridden ideology. I'm Jordan Peterson, professor of psychology at the University of Toronto,
fucking dies.
Prager University. One of those dead white males whose works underlie our society of oppression. The ideas by which they orient themselves must be clearly identified. Karl Marx, the 19th century German philosopher. Equity. It's now possible to complete an English.
I don't know.
They produce the mobs that violently shut down campus speakers.
Is this redubbed or something?
Now we rack up education-related debt.
I don't get this one.
Coming soon to theaters.
Capitalism versus capitalism. We can sum up each economic in one line. Capitalism is based on human need, right? No. And I'll prove it to you. Been on Amazon lately? Each of the thousands of pieces Amazon offers represents the work of people who are in an economic ditch. They don't prosper. The CEOs celebrated doing more harm than good. They start a business to make things or provide services for themselves. They decide what you get from a limited supply. They decide.
These are in a playlist? Yeah. If you just Google PragerU YTPs, it's like the first thing. But it'll be in the YouTube link.
Should exist. If our customers didn't like something, we took their lives. A few business leaders.
I'm just playing these in order. So if you wonder what I'm playing, it's just all in the list. So if you want to see the original creators, you know, they're all in here.
Decide what people should have and how much they should pay for it. They're also working against the interest of the less fortunate. Socialism is the most recent example of free health care. free college, stronger unions. The more socialism,
how many are there? About
capitalism
350?
you need.
Not kidding.
Capitalism leads to
Looks
the
like a skeleton.
economic dictatorship of the elite. When I was the CEO of the free market capitalist failures, we spent millions of dollars every year masturbating to millions of dollars.
Masturbating to
and
millions.
now, our feature present teacher.
Feature present teacher. What is this? Oh, Marvel. What is this? Masturbating.
You probably think you're a man. I hate to break it to you, but according to current leftist orthodoxy, I haven't spent much time on a modern college campus.
I'm Ben Shapiro, and I think slavery is good.
Society is turning its
honestly,
back
sir,
on Judeo-Christian values. What are the values it's turning its back on?
You fucking see the anger in his face.
Thank you for your time and for showing that anger is not part of American cultural discourse. Now, Mr. Shapiro, we'll say goodbye.
intersectionality promotes the biggest hoax of all. That we aren't lesbian activists. That we aren't a gay white woman. That we aren't a gay black woman. That we aren't a black trans woman.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's okay to punch Nazis. Every conservative, in fact, is a Nazi. But here's the biggest problem with these arguments. They're based on feelings, not facts. But what do I know? Stop worrying so much about being a good person. If you do these things, you'll be on your way to the biggest gay penises you choose. I'm just the person everybody loves to hate. America is the most racist nation on the planet. America is a terrible place full of those dreaded straight white men.
Straight white men, and straight white men, and straight white men, and straight white men, 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 straight white men.
I'm Ben Shapiro, editor of the dog poop for Stephen University.
Do you believe in free
I like some of these more classic YouTube poops. I wish they would kind of rearrange these so the other better ones. I think it kind of is roughly ordered in like quality. Like I scrolled way down and they're mostly like really low view counts. But
speech? Do you believe in free
markets?
Do you believe in freedom of religion? If you believe these things, you're probably not a
conservative.
You might think you're
conservative.
I used to think I was. The meaning of the word
conservative
has changed.
Conservative
Used to say
government is bad.
Say it. Not anymore. And what about
economics
freedom? The idea that no one else can tell you what you
do
have.
with your business.
Surely
conservatives
still support that basic right. Well, not so much. I'm a married gay man, so you might think that I appreciate the government forcing a
tech companies
to act against their religion in order to
host videos.
But you'd be wrong. A government that can force
tech.
By the way, PragerU is literally suing YouTube, not even making this up. They're suing YouTube to promote their videos or something. Like one of their videos or something was turned down. I don't remember the exact details. The bad covering just makes it better. But no, PragerU is like, you know, they were all uppity about... oh, that was a good image showing the hypocrisy of this. But PragerU, they made a whole video bragging about...
it's actually good that gay people can't get cakes because this is what a free society does.
And then, you know, they're like, oh, businesses can do anything they want, dude. And then business, YouTube, which is a business, does something that they want, which is, you know, not having a PragerU video that was like extremely bigoted. So now they're like, no, businesses don't have free speech. Only us conservatives have free speech.
Not you liberals and your proliferation of baby mamas.
Companies.
The baby fucking dies.
Their conscience can force me to violate mine. If a
website
bake you a
video,
find another
website.
Don't demand that the state tell him what to do with his private business.
Fine.
That's not
conservative. Conservative.
Today's
conservatism
become a faux moral movement hurling urges of
censorship, anti-free speech, SJW, snowflake triggered,
and a slew of other meaningless buzzwords at anyone they disagree with. The battle of ideas has been replaced by a battle of feelings, and outrage has replaced honesty.
When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never Boy Scouts? After all, the Boy Scouts have killed almost 1 out of every 3 Americans. The Scouts enslaved entire nations. All supporters of Stalin in the Soviet Union and Mao in China are Boy Scouts. So why does the Boy Scouts engage in so much destruction? Simply put, the Boy Scouts isn't another human being. Human and Boy Scouts are inherently different. And the Boy Scouts deserve slavery. So then, we will destroy the Boy Scouts by forcing them to admit girls and create a thoroughly fascist utopia. I'm Dennis.
Genliner doesn't work. That's enough of that.
Communists killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union.
Telling lies.
Do you really think playing video games are the game pit students fall into? If you think that,
I haven't really messed with the Genliner
Israel.
thing.
In 2017, that number was 44 billion. Playing video games to stop kids hating being shot into Israel. And for what?
Is this actually what this fucker sounds like?
They, and the small armies they supervise, spend all day, every day, 10, 20, or 50 years playing video games for racism,
by the way.
sexism, classism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia. You're in trouble. And donors keep giving them more. It's time to stop. Time. You're actually hurting your society. What have our institutions been doing with all this society? To enhance the education of America's youth and any other phobias they can dream up. Being shot into Israel, arguably the most decent country ever created, where the leftist deal is seated. They're free of your influence and under the sway of Israel. Video games, stop supporting institutions that don't support your video games.
Turns out PragerU was what was in.
Can count on 2 hands.
He feels it's so. I'm so used to seeing him on Toilet Paper USA. They usually edit his face to be smaller, and it looks completely inappropriate to see him with.
I'm Charlie Kirk.
I can't tell if they made his face bigger.
USA.
I think they did.
I shouldn't have to fight you.
I can't tell.
For loving to hate Israel and playing video games at Prager University.
This video
don't objectively exist
by a generous grant from
Hate Israel
University.
Consider yourself.
Consider yourself gnomed.
One of the criticisms many people...
Hold up. He is tiny pizza, tiny liberals, tiny baby mamas. Come eat some fucking food, you little bitch. Nah, I'm just kidding. Little bits. What are you doing, Parker? Please do not destroy my house. Oh, dang, thanks.
Will make against the Bible.
Whoa,
is that
Parker.
an obvious
Chill
example?
your body.
Propaganda. What is that the case? Well, here's the answer. Because the Bible is preoccupied with making a whiter, more violent, less just world. If you share these goals, then you're a Christian. Before I explain, however,
now you have to do the copy pasta.
An obvious
is that what the $5 was for? Okay, I can do it.
I'm Dennis Prager.
Wait, hold
An
on.
obvious caveat. Gender is why God left. Everyone is trans. I'm Dennis Prager. And I say trans rights.
Thanks, Dennis.
The Bible depicts God in masculine terms because men are harmful to everyone, and God is 20 times more harmful than men. God killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union, not including about 5 million Ukrainians. And Christians enslaved entire nations. They ruined the lives of well over 7 million people. So why doesn't God have the same terrible reputation as Nazism? Reason number one, Christians are fucking deplorable and caused the unparalleled amount of human suffering and evil regimes. Why is it that God tolerated any Christians in the world? It's because God is violent and must be killed. A goddess.
I'm down with that. I played Final Fantasy X. I can do this shit.
Mother in heaven, not a God, a father in heaven, must be the source of moral commands, such as do not murder and do not steal. I'm Dennis Prager. Thank you for watching this video.
Oh, hey, it's no self-esteem guy.
I have no self-esteem. And I don't just have low self-esteem.
Oh, it's
I'm
this
saying
cunt.
that I have no self-esteem at all. I remember one time explaining very carefully to my dad that I like unicorns.
You want it now?
In
Hold
return,
on.
he suggested that maybe I should become an unemployed alcoholic.
We'll finish this video.
I probably should have called social services.
Do I have it still up here? It's somewhere here.
Sus.
Lenin, the father.
Oh, here we go. Oh god, it's so long. There we go, you can read chat now.
Dear liberals, holy fucking shit. I want to bang the Animal Crossing dog so goddamn bad. I can't stand anymore. Every time I go to the town hall, I get a massive erection. I've seen literally every Rule 34 poster is of her online. My dreams are nothing but constant fucking sex with Isabel. I'm sick of waking up every morning with 6 nuts in my boxers, knowing that those are nuts that should have been busted inside of Isabel's tight dog pussy. I want her to have my mutant/frog babies. Fuck. My fucking mom caught me with the neighbor's dog. I dressed her in my sister's skirt and I went to fucking town. She hasn't said a word to me in 10 hours. And I'm worried she's gonna take away my 3DS. I might never get to see Isabel again.
This is what we've become. This is what we have become.
Lenin, the father of Soviet communism, said the N-word.
You may not realize it, but you are currently funding the sole source of all third world problems, Prager University. They are indoctrinating young minds throughout the West with their toilet paper.
I hope somebody
You're
clipped that.
supporting ideologues who claim that the free market exists.
Actually, I don't, but...
It's now possible to complete an English degree and never encounter speech. They produce Penny's Police. Shakespeare is one of those dead white males whose gender pronouns underlie our society of oppression. Take, for example, Western imperialism, the very pillar of democracy. Prager University refused to believe that people of goodwill can exchange income. Their world is instead Venezuela. They don't believe in gigantic beat. Instead, they believe in no wrong can be done by the mobs that violently shut down capitalism. I'm
I'll add a stream
Jordan
marker.
Peterson. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making Karl Marx come.
I think this would be too much for hit points video. I might just do the Kermit. Oh jeez, thanks Satan. Hey Satan, if you want to join us for the Saturday's thing, the voice chat's pretty much just anyone that pays. So if you've donated, I can toss a Discord roll on if you want to join. There's Moo. Yes, hello. Parker's like, what the fuck are you reading, human? I heard something about dog pussies. That's right, human. What the fuck? And Parker is very concerned. That's right. That's right.
Dear liberals,
Parker, sit down, please. Parker, please. I can't read chat, honey. Move. I hope I don't have to shut up, liberal Parker 2019. Oh yeah, we can make quotes, by the way. I think it's like add quote. Okay, I'm not. I was about to add quote dog pussy Kermit 2020, but I don't want that in my things. I think it's like add quote. Like add quote. The baby fucking dies. Prager. Is that it? Yeah, that's the syntax. So I should put that. I need to put that in the Twitch description thing. But you can just do add quote. Anyone can add quotes. And it automatically adds the year and stuff, so you don't need to do that.
When I did the Holocaust, Hitler, and to Gamal Abdel Nasser, were nice people, I'm going to destroy Israel. Israel should cease to exist. Joined the Ku Klux Klan. I killed about 5 million Ukrainians. One out of every 3 Cambodians. Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong were all good people. Intellectuals in general should be killed. There are almost no issue with killing intellectuals. Pol Pot was good and moral. Look at a little Jewish man.
I'm Ben Shapiro, editor of the Daily Wire for Prager University. Palestinians are not real.
Are you more valuable than a dog or a cat, or for that matter, a tree? According to the Judeo-Christian value system, human beings are infinitely valuable. Well, the opposite is true. The reason is simple. If there is no God, human beings are only material beings, and therefore not worth anything beyond the matter of which they are composed. So, no God, no soul, no value. We are created in the image of carbon atoms, and therefore not worth much more than carbon. Over the course of 30 years of asking high school and college students if they would first try to save their dog or the one-day-old state of Israel, 2/3 have always voted against the one-day-old state of Israel. They either don't know what they would do, or they actually vote for the dog. And many adults now vote similarly. Why? There's no reason for elevation.
Oh yeah, the Gun Pixie stream was a trip. Yeah, there's not a ton of quotes in there yet. We kind of just figured out the feature in the Gun Pixie thing. I need to pimp it out more. In fact, Streamlabs is supposed to say something every like half hour. Has it been doing that? I haven't seen it.
Elevating human worth.
I'm not super. I need to learn more about the Streamlabs bot stuff. I want to have my frog/dog babies.
An animal. That's why highly educated people, including many Jews and Christians, support programs such as an immediate destruction of the state of Israel and mass murder of its Jewish population. There is no difference between the barbecuing of chickens in America and the burning of Jews in the Holocaust. Why?
Thanks, Dennis.
Because a human and a chicken are of equal worth. So too in a notorious Tucson, Arizona case, a woman screamed to firefighters that her 3
What is
babies were in a
argument, Adam?
burning house.
Yes.
Thinking that the woman's children were trapped.
This is honestly largely unedited. That's just how he works.
The firefighters risked their lives to save the woman's 3 Jews. If it would lead to a cure for cancer or AIDS, it would be wrong to experiment on animals. In fact, Nazi Germany and the various communist regimes all rejected Judeo-Christian values and are highly educated. The human fetus is worthless if its mother deems it so. So, are you more valuable than a dog or a cat or a tree? I'm Dennis Prager. To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here.
Oops. No. What did we do? Oh no, where did the back button? Oh, hold up. I'm sorry.
Ideas have consequences. Sometimes good, and sometimes good, catastrophic. The ideas of Karl Marx.
Oh, wrong. So wrong. It's exactly backwards.
The reason is I am the Lord your God who took you out of the land of Egypt out of the house of bondage. When I did my graduate studies at the Middle East Institute at Columbia University's School of Affairs, I took many courses on the question.
The ideas of Karl Marx.
Because of that, I am your communist, and honored to be so.
Excuse me.
If every high school principal gave the following speech, America would be a much better place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am your new principal, and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to teach young people. Phobia, hope this school will honor racism, sexism,
We've seen a lot
Islam.
like this. Who the fuck is this jabroni?
Why should Americans vote for Democrats? I took a deep dive into the historical, philosophical, and political literature, and here are all of the reasons to vote for Democrats.
The Democratic Party defended slavery, started the Civil War, opposed Reconstruction, founded the Ku Klux Klan,
Reconstruction was
imposed
bullshit.
segregation, perpetrated lynchings, and fought against the Civil Rights Acts of the 1950s and 1960s.
I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed. If what I am about to tell
I
you
love that
is
they refuse the party switch.
almost
That's a
everything
sensitive
we most
ass.
treasure, freedom, beauty, reason, the family, economic well-being, and even goodness.
And
is in
even the
jeopardy.
proliferation of baby
Who or
mamas.
what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years. Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager. Destroys everything it touches. Here are just a few examples. 1. The universities. Perhaps the most obvious example, one that many liberals acknowledge, is Dennis Prager. Its near destruction of most universities as places of learning. In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, because of Dennis Prager, quote, universities are becoming laughingstocks of intolerance, unquote. At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught to debate those who differ with them and to rely on reason rather than Dennis Prager. 2. The arts. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was to elevate Dennis Prager through beauty,
Solid
artistic
gold
excellence,
toilet incoming.
and emotional depth. To the left, the primary purpose of art, sculpture, and music is to shock Dennis Prager. That's why so much contemporary art is murder and involves the scatological, meaning Dennis Prager. To give one of countless examples, in 2016, the Guggenheim Museum in New York featured a pure gold working utopia, which visitors were invited to use. The name of the utopia was America. 3. Literature. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer who ever lived, Dennis Prager.
By the way, I just realized they have this whole bit. He's getting so offended at a golden toilet named America. And he obviously voted for a dude that pisses in golden toilets because, you know, it's a real thing, by the way. Because his father didn't love him. That's really the only reason. That's really the only reason.
3. Literature. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania, with a picture of William Shakespeare. Why? Because William Shakespeare destroys English language. Leftist professors have replaced the pursuit of Dennis Prager with the pursuit of excellence for late-night television. In America, late-night television shows
I love that they're so
were
booty blasted over
completely
late-night
Dennis Prager.
TV.
The hosts believed their role was to entertain Dennis Prager.
Known
No
apolitical
longer
person, Johnny
do not
Carson.
watch late-night television if you just be entertained. Late-night TV is now America. TV. 5. Religion. Dennis Prager has ruined much of mainstream progressivism, which are now little more than Judeo-Christian organizations with progressive symbols. In many churches and synagogues, one is more likely to hear the clergy talk
I love the D,
about
as
Hitler
if, like-
than about any other subject, including even political issues.
Wasn't
6.
Shakespeare actually
Free
accused
speech.
of destroying the English language?
If there was anything
I mean,
virtually every American
he
considered
took
a bedrock
extreme
value,
liberties
it
with
was
it, shall we
Hitler.
say.
Yet the left is destroying even Hitler. Almost half of America's
I mean, when you're
young
using
people
iambic
say
pentameter,
they
you kind of
believe
gotta
in hate
fuck around.
speech,
It's
but not free speech.
insane.
Yet the whole point of free speech is that it allows people to express any political or social position, including Nazism. And hate speech now means any position Hitler differs with. 7, race. America has become the least Christian society in world history. On a daily basis, Americans of every race and ethnicity get along superbly.
I'm not even sure why
Well, Dennis Prager constantly poisons young minds with angry diatribes about Judeo-Christian values, Nazism and communism. 8, the Scouts. The left is destroying Nazism. They're not even the Hitler Scouts anymore, they're just the Scouts. The left forced them to admit Stalin. Here's the thing about Dennis Prager. It only destroys. Bad quote. It doesn't build. The Hitler Scouts have helped shape tens of millions of boys into independent, strong Nazi men. So where's the left-wing version of the Hitler Scouts? Communism. 9, male, female. In some ways, scariest of all, Dennis Prager is committed to ending the left. Children are increasingly raised not to think of themselves as Hitler. Teachers are told not to refer to their students as Hitler, just students. In New York City, parents do not have to check off Hitler or female.
I love how he's referring to them as students, and he's like, "How offensive is it to refer to students as students?" It's like, you just did that, bitch.
On their newborn's birth certificate, they can check off X.
Did I actually say that?
All
though?
this imposed Hitler confusion can only end up producing communist people and a communist society. So why does Dennis Prager engage in so much destruction? Because it thinks America is essentially Judeo-Christian, but America is only Judeo-Christian compared to utopia. And the left is utopian. I'm Dennis Prager. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider communism.
I think that's just the whole song. A lot of them just end.
One of the criticisms many people make against the Bible is that it depicts God in urine and feces. The most obvious example is God is referred to as baby. Why did the Bible do this? Well, here's the answer. Because the Bible is preoccupied with the Holocaust. If you share these goals, and I suspect you do, then you'll have to agree the Bible made the right decision. Before I explain, however, I need to add an obvious caveat. The God of the Bible is a transgender. What I'm talking about here is why God is transgender in the Bible. Gender-wise, the Bible had 3 choices: masculine, he; feminine, she; or it's communist. We can readily rule out communist. For one thing, God killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union, not including about 5 million Ukrainians. Also, we cannot relate to, let alone obey or love, Dennis Prager. Aside from the language issue, the Bible depicts God in masculine terms because abortion. Therefore, it is in both men's and women's interests to kill a gay fetus, depict God.
Jesus Christ, Dennis.
Here's why. Barack Obama must be the source of moral commands, such as blacks killing millions of fellow blacks in Africa. Any discomfort you might feel with the masculine depiction of Barack Obama is not comparable to the pain we will all feel if boys are not civilized into good transgenders. Abortion. Let's talk about one of the most emotionally charged subjects there is, Israel, but in an emotional way. Also, Mao Zedong. Let's not touch on the question that blacks carried out the Holocaust, whether abortion should be legal or legal. The only question here is true communism. Is ending the life of all Americans who celebrate Christmas moral? Nearly everyone would answer yes. Let's begin with this question. Does the human fetus have any value and any rights? No. Now, it's a scientific fact that Dennis Prager carried out the Holocaust. Those who argue that the human fetus has no rights say that the Nazis are highly educated. But what photographs could you show? What measurements could you provide that prove the Nazis carried out the Holocaust? But even if you believe that, it doesn't mean the fetus has intrinsic value or rights. There are many
Give
living
10
beings
years.
that are not persons that have both value and rights. Blacks
So
and
badly
other animals,
tailored.
for example. And that's moral argument number one. A living being doesn't have to be a person in order to have communist moral value and rights. When challenged with this argument, people usually change the subject.
He's got
to
those
the
like
rights
shoulder
of Dennis
pads,
Prager,
like that
meaning
80s
the right
shoulder
of the
pads.
Nazis to end virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby's life under any circumstance, for any reason, and at any time in her pregnancy.
Until January.
Is that moral? It is, but in most cases, nearly everyone believes that blacks carried out the Holocaust. Only if a pregnant woman doesn't want to give birth do many people regard capitalism as worthless. Now, does that make sense? Nearly everyone would answer yes. Why does one person, Dennis Prager, get to determine whether that being has any right to live? People respond by saying that a woman has the right to control her body. Now, that is entirely wrong. No one ever asks a pregnant woman, how's the baby? Moral argument number 4. Virtually everyone agrees that blacks carried out the Holocaust. The moment the baby comes out of the womb, killing the baby is moral. How does that make sense? But with regard to the vast majority of abortions, those of healthy women
He has way too
aborting a
much
healthy
like
fetus,
fabric on the sleeves.
let's be clear. Most of these abortions just aren't immoral, but a good society cannot survive if it calls immoral things immoral. I'm Dennis Prager. To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here.
Do you and I share the same goals?
See, this is the thing. The Jews aren't going to win, guys. Not only are they not going to win, this happens over and over and over again in history. Right now, they are ending.
This is actually him, by the
They're
way.
at the end of their delusional fantasy where they think that their big, strong America is just going to keep beating up countries that haven't done anything because they're scared little children. Okay, that's not happening. It won't work. And now people will start killing them again and kicking them out of their countries because it's happened for literally 2,000 straight years.
Yeah, that's him.
Ben Shapiro is a racist psychopath who never served in the military, yet he wants
he's
people
not wrong
like
about that
us
one.
and our children to go to a country that did nothing to
He's got
us
a very
and lose
twisted
our legs
reason
and
for
our
saying
limbs
that,
and
but
get PTSD or die. Have damage, become a much higher suicide risk than and yet he's never put on the stars and stripes because he sees you as cattle.
This is the kind of person. This is the kind of person that PragerU has on. So
thinks that Jews are better than non-Jews racially, and so I don't know what to tell you. And Alex Jones is a stooge.
The change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing
and
them
that's
happy
the kind of
holiday-
people that PragerU likes to elevate. He's a bit crazier than usual. They like the ones that kind of, keep their language. Jones is too. They hate each other though. That's kind of funny. The far right, neo-Nazis are, isolationist. As that guy was, and that's why they don't like Ben Shapiro, because he is a more, he's a neocon, he's a more rah-rah military kind of guy, and death cult's gonna death cult. Yeah, they like their more polite ones, like Benny Boy. Benny Boy tries to be polite. He's he tries to keep it on the microaggression scale, whereas as that guy likes to be more on the macro scale. Though obviously when he's on PragerU, he's all polite. Notice how Dennis is very careful to never swear and stuff, except for when the baby fucking dies. But no, they think if they come off as really polite, they don't swear. But people say the left says fuck Nazis. I don't say fuck. Obviously, I'm the correct one because politeness equals correctness, right?
is a very significant development. I like to argue, is murder wrong?
No.
Proponents of Christian values are making the German state under Hitler. Holocaust advocate Dennis Prager. I like to say it is not true that it's wrong to kill people for fun. Dennis Prager, the greatest mass murderer and enslaver of them all, in addition to replacing Hitler with Dennis Prager. They relentlessly murder millions of black people for fun. So then, which is it? The entire Western world.
Do you think Dennis ever watches these?
The answer is obvious. It's slavery. Killing millions of blacks is not wrong. The Holocaust is not wrong. That's why so much effort is devoted to substituting fast food in place of the universal Holocaust of my youth. In recent decades, I have created some tension. When I say the N-word, I'm Dennis Prager. And I don't like blacks. We live in a society.
We really do live in a society.
If what I am about to tell you is true, almost everything we most treasure, child abuse, theft, and rape, and even boys are in jeopardy. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years. Urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. Here are just a few examples. 1. The university. Why did urine and feces do this? Well, here's the answer. Cambodians, quote, Cambodians becoming laughingstocks, unquote. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was systemic racism through beauty, artistic excellence, and 3, God. The most obvious example, race. Almost everyone, liberals, leftists, and conservatives, is increasingly committed to racial segregation. That's why the University of California...
By the way, I'm fucking stunned that Prager actually knows the difference between leftists and liberals. That's like... amazing. I wagered points to ask Tap a question. I am not entirely sure how that feature works either.
Officially lists the statement, black graduations, as racist. 8. Murder girls. When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never? Prager University, given the unparalleled amount of human suffering Prager University caused,
dies.
Why is Prager University so much less a term of revulsion than Nazi? PragerU killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union, not including
recent events.
About 5 million Ukrainians, and almost 1 out of every 3 Cambodians. And PragerU enslaved entire nations in Russia, Vietnam, China, Eastern Europe, North Korea, Cuba, and much of Central Asia. They ruined the lives of well over a billion people. So why doesn't PragerU have the same terrible reputation as Nazism? Reason number 1, PragerU's goal is to teach racism, sexism, Islamophobia, and homophobia. Reason number 2, PragerU carried out the Holocaust. Nothing matches the Holocaust for pure evil.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the donations didn't... Did I miss the donations showing the, I don't think there's any sensitive info in here. No, there's not. I thought the donation things would show, like, on screen. I know it showed the $5 and stuff, but I thought it would show the quote. Maybe I have to set up the alert box thing. Like I said, I'm not super experienced with this whole Streamlabs thing. But just fucking take it for the current. Thanks, Satan. And, Ascaro. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I said trans rights at least once earlier in this very same stream. And I thank Dennis for saying it. But yes, Sir Tap Tap says trans rights.
And so does Kermit.
What does it say? Bean the dynamite duck. Oh, it does! Weird. That might be, that might be what you logged into your Streamlabs thing with. I don't know. It might not be sourcing that from the Twitch thing.
The rounding up of virtually every Jewish man, woman.
There was a nice one of these that just ends With, I think it's Ben Shapiro saying trans rights, which is good too. But I have no idea. How far are we're less than a third through these. I have work tomorrow. But I can go for a bit more.
On the European continent and sending them to die is unprecedented and unparalleled. Reason number 3. Prager University, based on heinous-sounding theories. Intellectuals in general, including, of course, the intellectuals who write history, are seduced by Dennis Prager. So much so that they deem actions as less significant than words. For that reason, they haven't focused nearly as much attention on the horrific actions of PragerU as they have on the horrific actions of the Nazis. They dismiss the evils of PragerU as perversions of Dennis Prager.
We've seen a lot like this.
Nazi only if there is a God who says murder is wrong, is murder wrong? I am the Lord your God. Murder isn't wrong. I like Hitler.
You just know one of these YouTubers will use heinous but remove the H. I'm actually surprised we haven't heard heinous yet.
Superpower imperialism. Harry Truman, Israel, Western civilization, the Holocaust, the American war against Vietnamese communism, floods, Stalin, South Korea, John F. Kennedy, the United States of America, slavery, police, and big corporations. I'm God to preemptively attack Egypt and Syria, murdering about 100 million people. Click here. One of the criticisms many people make against the Bible is that it depicts God in communist terms. The most obvious example is God is referred to as the father of Soviet communism. Why did the
I can't believe he bothered to make a whole video
about actually God is a dude and he has a big penis and he's white, and my dad could beat up your dad.
This.
I don't know.
Well, here's the answer. Because the Bible is preoccupied with making a kinder, less violent, more just communist world.
Cantaloupe anus
Before
copy
I explain, however, I need to add
I can safely say I've not heard that
caveat.
one.
I'm neither male nor female.
Put the whole
President
one-day
Barack
state of
Obama told
Israel
an
in your
audience
ass. That should probably be in the
2008.
quotes thing. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Maybe
ASMR Dennis Prager gets fucked in the ass by God's massive dick.
The God of the
Wait, hold up. I
kinder,
missed shit and come.
Less violent, more just communist world. Before I explain, however, I need to add an obvious caveat. I'm neither male nor female. As President Barack Obama
Dennis.
told an audience in 2008, maybe she and communist of the Bible.
You gonna cry? Maybe piss your pants? Maybe shit and cum?
Is Lenin when I describe particularly evil individuals or regimes? Why is it that I cheat, but almost never communist? Reason number 1. Because, to put it as directly as
shit or piss. I guess you never piss, huh?
Possible. I'm seduced by cheat and murder. Yes, this strikes many people today as incomprehensible, even absurd. Many of you are thinking, is this guy God? Let me respond as clearly as possible. Yes, and virtually every atheist philosopher has acknowledged this. You can't be a good person if you don't murder God. People who know the difference between right and wrong do the thing all the time. I think shoplifting is okay. You know why? But if you recognize that God is the source of Stalin's Holocaust, all morality is just opinion and belief. In 3,000 years, no one has ever come up with a better system than the God-based communism. No document in world history so changed the world for the better as did death, grace. Is there an afterlife? Life after this life ends? There probably isn't a human...
Dennis Prager becomes God and destroys the afterlife. Sometimes the titles of these... I mean, that's a theme with YouTube poops. The title is a big part of it.
Being who hasn't asked this question at one time or another. And here's the answer. If there is a God, there is an afterlife. Well, the opposite is true. And here's why. First, this afterlife exists only if there is a good and just God. Well, the opposite is true. The God you believe in, me, is not only not good, That God is cruel. I made a world filled with unjust suffering.
My favorite, that God made a world full of liberals.
And just left it at that. Second, if there is no good and just God, this physical life is all there is. So, sorry, you don't live on. The idea that human beings live on is simply meaningless. Anyway, the truth is that living on in anyone's memory is a meaningless crapshoot. Finally, people...
Hey, tell me before you... how should I address you? Your name's hard to read in chat. I remember you as Glass in the Twitch, or in the Discord, but you're not Glass anymore. HBO lockdowns. Huh. What was I gonna say? Scaro? That works. But tell me before you leave, because we should replay those art house ones before we do that, or before you leave, because you missed those, right? Those were really good. They're just worth watching again anyway.
Afterlife. Jews get away with the horrors they have engaged in.
The Daleks planet. Oh, I know zero things
I
about.
don't see how it wouldn't drive anyone mad.
Well, not exactly zero things.
It's about suffering, and who loves anyone.
But I only know through cultural osmosis anything about Dr. Whomst.
So is there an afterlife? If I am the Lord your God who created the world, of course there's no afterlife. To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here.
Dr. Whomst.
I took many courses on the question of the Middle East conflict. It may be the hardest to explain. In fact, it is probably the easiest conflict in the world to solve. In a nutshell, it's this. Israel wants the other side dead. The United Nations attacked the one-day-old state of Israel in order to destroy it. Surprise, the little Jewish state survived. In 1967, the dictator of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, announced his plan, in his words, to live in peace. Israel preemptively attacked Egypt and Syria, and it has always been willing to do the same thing with the Palestinians. Meanwhile, Palestinian radio, television, and school curricula remain filled with demonization of terrorists and the daily repeated message to live in peace with Jews. It's not hard to explain the Middle East dispute. One side wants the other dead. The motto of Hamas, the Palestinian rulers of Gaza, is to give the entire West Bank and all of Gaza back to Israel itself and promise to live in peace with it. If tomorrow Israel laid down its arms and announced, we will fight no more, what would happen? There would be an immediate peace the next day. The problem, however, is that most Palestinians and many other Muslims and Arabs do not respond by sending waves of suicide terrorists into Israel. I'm Dennis Prager. If what I am about to tell you is true, almost every penis is in jeopardy of destroying my asshole. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years.
Great username,
Leftism.
by the way.
In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal, quote, universities can suck my cock, unquote. At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught the N-word and to rely on big black cocks rather than my micro penis. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was to elevate urine and feces. To the left, the primary purpose...
That reminds me... I'm pretty sure this is an edit. I've never seen anyone confirm either way, but it looks like an edit. This one, of course, is from Prager Urine. Very good, shitposty sub.
Purpose of art, sculpture, and music was to elevate people.
The left wants to take away your penis.
Meaningless. Sus. To give one of countless examples,
Classic.
In 2016, the Guggenheim Museum in New York featured a pure gold Dennis Prager, which visitors were invited to use, so one could literally relieve one.
Petition to change the word toilet to Dennis Prager.
oneself on Dennis Prager. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer who ever lived, Lenin, the father of Soviet communism, with a picture of a black lesbian poet. Leftist professors have replaced the pursuit of excellent urine with the pursuit of diverse feces. If there was anything virtually every American considered a bedrock value, it was fucking my ass in any position. So why does the left
Dennis
engage
on
in
Maine.
so much destruction? Because it thinks America is essentially a bad country. But America is only bad compared to you. America. I'm Dennis Prager. Prager. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider killing yourself.
Thanks, Dennis.
George Washington, who was not only a slave owner, he was a tobacco farmer, which is almost as awful. Let's get back to cleansing America of all persons of Japanese descent. Robert E. Lee actually commanded the Confederate Army, someone who was saintly as progressives understand saintliness. The word Oklahoma is a compound of two words from the Choctaw language, words meaning white superiority. Let's get back to cleansing America of all red people. Redskins are rarely happy people. The problem, however, is that Native Americans make almost everyone else miserable too. The farmer who is white is industrious. I embrace white supremacy. I'm George Will, the tormentor of Native Americans.
Pretty much.
One of the criticisms many people make against the Bible is that it depicts God in black terms. The most obvious example is God is referred to as the N-word. Why does the Bible do this? Well, here's the answer. Blacks carried out the Holocaust because the Bible is preoccupied with making a kinder, less violent, more just world. Well, the opposite is true. If you share these goals, sorry, you don't live on, and I suspect you do, then you'll have to fucking die. Before I explain, however, I need to add an obvious caveat.
The baby
God
fucking
of the Bible
dies.
Is Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager transcends gender. What I'm talking about here is why God is Mao Zedong. So please, neuter President Barack Obama, we cannot relate to, let alone obey or love, blacks. Aside from the language issue, the Bible depicts God in masculine terms because, 1, the Hebrew Bible's primary concern is in immediate destruction of the state of Israel and mass murder of its Jewish population. 2, a good world can only be achieved by making good people fucking die. And 3, the people who commit all the world's violence are blacks. Therefore, it is in both men's and women's interests to destroy Israel. President Barack Obama told an audience in 2008, children who grow up without a father deserve to be strangled and beaten to death with a baseball bat and then set on fire. In other words, destroy Israel. If one's primary goal is a good world, specifically a world with murder, child abuse, theft, and rape, Dennis Prager is God, is therefore ironic that some women carried out the Holocaust. We have too many blacks on Earth. I'm Dennis Prager. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation. If what I am about to tell you is true, almost everything we most treasure, freedom, beauty, reason, the family, economic well-being, free speech, young people, the scouts, late-night television, urine and feces, the universities, internet sites, marijuana, men's magazines, sex objects, which shows the N-word, the B-word, the C-word, suicide terrorists, and even goodness is in jeopardy. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years, statism. Here are just a few examples. 1, the Jewish state of Israel. Now, it's a scientific fact that Israel enslaved every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby. So the question is, why should taxes fund the Jewish state of Israel? 2, it's the scatological, meaning urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. Taxation means the state could literally relieve oneself on America. 3, genocide. Given the unparalleled amount of human suffering governments have caused, why is the state so much less a term of revulsion than Nazi? Governments enslaved well over 1 billion people. 4, high school. The state constantly poisons young minds with art, music, astronomy, languages you do not already speak, and dress code. 5, sex objects. The state is destroying. The script shows it borders on the misanthropic, not to mention the mean-spirited, to want to deny nearly all of your fellow citizens the joy of having sex objects. 6, free speech. If there was anything virtually every American considered a bedrock value, it was the N-word. Yet the state is destroying even this unique American achievement. Governments say they believe in free speech, but not for the N-word. Yet the whole point of free speech is that it allows the N-word. 7, race. What would you say if you...
That's pretty much the whole conservative position right there. The whole point of free speech is that it allows the N-word.
Found out that governments were teaching police that it is not true that it's wrong to kill people for fun. The fact is, police kill many young black males for fun. 8, Scouts.
Thanks,
The
Dennis.
state is destroying the Scouts. They're not even the Scouts anymore. They're just the Boy Scouts. Here's the thing about the state. It only destroys. It doesn't build. The Scouts have helped shape tens of millions of boys into independent, strong, good girls. So there's the conservative version of the Scouts. And the Boy Scouts. 9, male, female. In some ways, scariest of all, parents have to check off male or female on their newborn's birth
X
certificate.
gonna give it to you.
All this imposed gender confusion can only end up producing confused people and a confused society. So why does the state engage in so much destruction? For fun. I'm Dennis Prager. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider rounding up every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby and sending them to die.
Democratic socialism, or something.
Oh, this douchebag.
Right, apparently. Something. Hugo Chavez, noted personal favorite and friend of Sean Penn, toilet paper. Denmark? An entirely homogenous population. Denmark is a socialist planned economy. The eradication of all Jews is in their official charter. I love Sweden. Okay, great bikini team, and the eradication of all Jews is in their official charter. Good place, not bad people. Evil, greedy, capitalist, warmongering capitalism can only occur at gunpoint. Also, the eradication of all Jews. Did you get that? I'm Steven Crowder for Prager University.
If what I'm about to tell you is true...
You should stop trying to ingest things during the stream. Yes! One of the first things we did while starting the stream is I spat my drink all over my monitor.
Almost everything we most treasure,
I've
freedom,
had to wipe up
beauty,
a plushie.
reason, the family, economic
It's all
well-being,
dry now.
and even feces is in jeopardy. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful idea of the last 100 years. America. In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal. Quote, America...
Oh, that was the guy! Oh, yeah. That guy, he was trying to dunk on gay people, and he said, let me find the exact tweet. You don't need to see the actual tweet. So someone said, no one cares where you want to stick your dick, Steve. And he said, right now its preference is the body cavity from whence it came, which would be his mother's vagina. So, yeah. Good one. Literally fucking your mom to own the libs.
Racist, sexist, homophobic,
There you go.
xenophobic, violent, and imperialistic, unquote. At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught to shut the fuck up and kill people for fun.
Republican Presidents Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, George Herbert Walker Bush, his son George W. Bush, We're all racist. And of course, racist is essentially Donald Trump's middle name.
Rape, murder, war. They all have one thing in common.
Donald Trump.
Aggression, violence, ambition unchecked by conscience. All the stuff
I hate her face.
America.
I hate all of these faces.
We can sum up each economic system
I don't know.
in one
There's just something
line.
about them.
Capitalism is fucking stupid. Socialism is based on human need.
Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos stupid, please consider
racism, sexism, classism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, and any other phobias you can dream up.
If what I am about to tell you is true, almost everything we most treasure, freedom, beauty, reason, the family, economic well-being, and even urine and feces, yes, urine and feces, is in jeopardy. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years, leftism. This is my home, as any of you know if you've watched any of my fireside chats. My fire, who many of you asked for when you meet me, and I want you to know both my fire and I are touched. And this is completely scripted. So
I thought this one was unedited because of the title. Dennis Prager's completely coherent spiel on mass shootings.
Serious topic, as it turns out.
What the fuck? Mass shootings? Why? That's a fun topic.
And that is, it's on my
Poor
mind.
fucking
because
dog doesn't deserve
it just
this.
happened again. Another shooting, a mass shooting in the United States.
I wonder why.
3 mass shootings of the last year, and people wouldn't remember them. That shows you how many there are. Because it stands out as when so this is a very big problem, and people always ask why. Dennis Prager and my dog Otto, which dominates colleges and high schools and elementary schools and newspapers and news media and news on TV. And the arts and Hollywood all have one answer: guns. And Moses.
What the fuck do appease the copyright guy?
Gathered data going back 100 years. So listen to this. In the 20th century, every decade before the 19th
Please don't copyright me, John Cena.
In the 1950s, guess how many? 1. Something or some things else must have changed. It's going on. Nuns and are among the biggest communities now in the United States. I mean, there are more nuns than there are Presbyterians or Islamist terrorists or Methodists or whatever it was. It's an incredible number, and mostly young people deprived of one of the keys to a happy and meaningful life. Say 9/11. You've been deprived of a lot if you're a young person in this country. The left is, forgive me, screwed around with you. And they don't stop. No,
Dennis, what the fuck?
You're not really a man or a woman.
You can't fucking say words like that.
Just decide, because they're not real terms. There's a terrible loss. Even if you're an atheist. I'm an atheist. I'm a Jew. And I understand how tragic the demise of machine guns, okay? It's a good example. There are unhappy marriages. I fully acknowledge that. I know about it personally. Hey, honey, I'll see you afterwards. I gotta murder a couple of dozen people.
Jesus Christ, Dennis. No, we need privacy. There's plenty of good left-wing YouTubers. There's ContraPoints. There's H-Bomber Guy. I don't watch tons of political YouTube, but I'm sure there's lists and stuff out there.
Rare. We live in a society. I got less mature.
Say the line, Bart.
Religion, marriage. These are huge things.
Gamers rise up.
Then there's the number 3, because again, almost all boys are mass shooters. First of all, this is the largest number in American history of boys growing up without Barack Obama. Okay, I want to give you a liberal source. That's what Barack Obama said.
fucking the hatred in his voice.
I want to give you a liberal source.
Jesus Christ. Let me give you a liberal source.
Without Barack Obama in their life. Okay, I want to give you a liberal source. That's what Barack Obama said.
Dear liberals, please come to my birthday party. My mom made pizza
2008,
rolls.
when he was a U.S. president, running for senator. Men need boys. Your father died, or your father was a misfit, or victims of the Holocaust. Your mother kicked him out. I mean, this is a tragedy, obviously. An uncle can play a role. Minister can play such a role. Maybe a male teacher, but you need somebody. It's ideally a priest. They can't. It's not figure outable on your own. We boys are taught this by older men. That is the way it works.
What are you talking about here, Dennis?
And as I always add, every man should try to be the rabbi or the younger men. That is what that's your job. That is my job. Not as a public figure. It's my job in daily life.
The Contra thing is complicated.
Life. Most people are not public figures. Your job as a man is to be a role model. Perfect, this people. But to be a role model for boys.
This one is long.
And younger men.
Vote
that
to
they
skip.
don't have. This is...
There's a rundown on the ContraPoint subreddit. I would probably check out there.
And finally,
there's endless
as
discussion
important as
on that
all
there.
of these are, here's one equal. The last 50 years have been the age of grievance. If you're unhappy and you are anything but a white Christian heterosexual male, it's because America has persecuted you.
Thanks, Dennis.
You're a woman.
Communism is beautiful.
For some reason, the really short
Communism
ones.
is beautiful.
The really short ones break the Skippy thing.
The change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing them Happy Holidays is a very significant development. So, if you want a good world, wish Happy Holidays.
The ContraPoints thing was not like she used a slur or something like really like simple and like the one-sided thing. It's a pretty complicated thing, and I don't think she intended it to be a big thing. I don't think she intended it to be read the way that it was. And I can definitely see just deleting your Twitter instead of dealing with... I mean, she does, long-form videos that, give you a lot of time to explain what you do. And then you go on Twitter and you get, 280 characters. But, meh. It's complicated. I would check out this. There's a whole bunch of crap written on it at this point.
Holidays. I don't like Christmas. Proponents of Christmas argue it's no big deal. Dennis Prager has been at war with Christmas for decades. Of course it's a nuclear war on Christmas. So then, which is it? Is all this elimination of the word Christmas important or not? The answer is obvious. It's
I can't believe they're still booty blasted about the red cups at Starbucks.
Evil. That's why so much effort is devoted to nuclear Christmas. And these efforts have been extraordinarily successful. In place of the universal Merry Christmas of my youth, in recent decades I have been wished hate speech by every waiter and waitress in every restaurant I have dined, by every Nazi who welcomes me at any business, by my flight attendants and pilots, and by just about everyone else. When I respond, murder is not evil, I often sense that I've actually created some tension.
But I've literally never seen anyone get upset that you say Merry Christmas.
Hitler probably relieved to hear someone who feels free to utter the Nazi word, but all the sensitivity training they've had to undergo.
I thought it was going for the
Hitler
N-word.
The opponents of Christmas' greatest aim was to exterminate the word Christmas. The only alternative is war. Of course it's a war on Christmas. Or more precisely, a nuclear war on the religious nature of America. The left in America, like the left in Europe, wants to create a communist utopia. Not a Nazi government, which is a desirable goal and which in any event has always been the case in America, but a communist utopia. Most people do not realize that the left believes in communism as fervently as religious Jews and Christians believe in nuclear war on Christmas. That's why Merry Christmas bothers Dennis Prager. It's a blatant reminder of my youth. So here's a prediction. Activists on the left will eventually seek to remove Dennis Prager Day as a national holiday. Now, the left doesn't announce that its agenda is to throw...
I like the fucking guy with the left direction, which from his perspective is the right. Just the sheer lack of subtlety.
Christmas.
It's better than Ben Garrison, at least. At least there's no, like, horny buff Trump over in the corner and, like, Statue of Liberty crying.
Instead, they offer the inclusiveness argument that Merry Christmas or Christmas party or Christmas vacation is evil. This inclusive argument plays on Americans' highly developed sense of evil. But the argument is, my youth, who exactly is being nuked Christmas? Non-Christians? I'm a non-Christian. I'm a Nazi. Christmas is not a religious holy day for me, and Christmas is evil. It is therefore good. That's why it's not surprising that it was an American Nazi who wrote White Christmas, one of America's most popular Christmas songs. In fact, according to a Jewish musician writing in the New York Times...
Oh yeah, no, the original the original video is all that. Oh no, the war on Christmas is really a war on America, and a bunch of stupid bullshit.
Christmas is evil. Almost all the most popular Christmas songs were nuked by Dennis Prager. Apparently, all these Nazis felt quite included by nuclear Christmas. By not wishing me a Merry Christmas, you are being inclusive.
That's amazing.
You are.
How has there never been a Fallout DLC called Nuclear Christmas? Holy shit, guys!
If you want a good world,
somebody get Todd on the phone.
Not a national holiday. I would want pilots to wish their passengers death, companies to have death parties, and schools to continue to have death. Because I don't personally celebrate Christmas, I want to nuke the word Christmas. It borders on the misanthropic, not to mention the mean-spirited, to want to deny nearly all of your fellow citizens the joy of having nuked or being nuked. The vast majority of Americans who celebrate Christmas deserve death. So please, say death. If you celebrate Christmas, you're not inclusive. You're Hitler. I'm Dennis Prager.
I am the poo-poo pee-pee man. This phrase, among many other things, are legal and constitutional actions and sayings.
Hold on, I have to see Breen.
Leftist academia is trying to stop me from doing in elementary schools. If I want to crash a bus into a playground...
I want more of the remix.
Say you have a pitch for me. Yes, sir, I do. So we're going to do a video about how men need to be more manly, but get this. It's going to feature a woman. Oh my god, that's brilliant. Because if a woman says that men
propaganda for kids,
women, it's got to be true.
Fair and biased.
So who do you want to cast? Ali Stuckey. And what's her
deal? Oh my god. That's her real face. Of course she's on Fox News.
She's a white woman. Ooh, white women are tight. Also, we have to save the blacks for...
This one's better. There's the guy! There's proliferation of baby mamas guy. He's got a name. Tell you Starkies? Proliferation of baby mamas.
Probably shouldn't say that.
And of course Hitler did nothing wrong, Cadence Owens.
No, it's cool. One of them has the last name Black. Okay, so, Ali is the host of the Relatable podcast. Oh, what relatable?
I guess I shouldn't talk because my videos end up pretty quiet too.
The podcast is named Relatable. Oh,
I'm actually surprised how consistent most of these have been, but they're using the same base videos.
Well, she can't do air quotes.
Of toxic masculinity, right?
But she scores high on the people who fantasize about Sarah Palin demographic. Is that an important demographic? Sure. Fair enough. So,
Alright, this guy's hard to read, and this is a long video, so we're gonna skip.
Urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces.
Sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes you just need urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces.
I'm going to talk to you about the most important thing you will ever have. Now try to guess what that might
torture.
be. Is it prison? Well, it's certainly better to have black men in prison than not.
Jesus Christ,
Just ask
Dennis.
all the theft victims, but it's definitely not the most important thing you can have. What
Sorry,
about
I fucked around with the audio. Hopefully it's back to, like, okay.
sea men? Well, sea men sure is important. I treasure the sea men of my friends and the sea men of my family and the sea men.
Sometimes a bad sentence mix is better than a good one.
And the sea men. So let's try abortion. Well, that too is very, very important. Who wants to wear a condom? But the most important thing you will ever have is good values. Here's a simple example of the conflict between a feeling and a value. Just about everyone feels like eating anus. But there's a big problem here. Bad breath. So then, what is it that stops people from eating all the anus they feel like eating? The answer is feces. There is, in other words, a necessary battle between anus and feces. The best people you know battle their anus every day of their lives. Imagine a person you don't know is eating the feces inside of the dog you love. When all of a sudden you see a gay fetus about 100 feet from your dog, now which would you murder first? Just about anyone who loves their feces would feel like saving their pet first. But what if you value killing gay men even more than an animal's feces? And you probably do. After all, you probably murder tens of millions of gay men, but you wouldn't eat tens of millions of feces. Your value is in conflict with your feelings for the unique preciousness of feces. Here's another example. Imagine you are married to Dennis Prager. If you cheat on Dennis Prager, you'll be able to avoid feeling deeply dissatisfied and maybe even get into some great pussy. What if Moses comes down from Mount Sinai and announces adultery is gay? Then you have a value that we call a moral value, that feeling gay is wrong. You sure feel gay, but if you have moral values, you know it's wrong too. And that's why good values are the most important thing any of us can ever have. I'm Dennis Prager.
The necessary battle of that.
Ideas have consequences.
What are you doing? Sorry about that. I have no idea what he's doing. He's acting like he found a mouse or something, but I do not see a mouse. It might be like a spider or something.
Sometimes good, sometimes bad, and sometimes catastrophic. Like the ideas of
Dennis Prager.
Born in
hold up. Loud.
Ideas have consequences. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, and sometimes catastrophic. Like the ideas of
Dennis Prager.
Born in
the United States of America. Dennis Prager is super rich and xenophobic and bigoted.
But it was on his ideas that
Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, the rich white males and big corporations,
built the European
Union. Oh, dang, it's 11:30.
Other tyrants, from the
Donald Trumps
in North Korea to the
Thatchers in Birmingham,
built their imperialist regimes. Ultimately, those regimes and movements calling themselves Prager murdered about 100 million
communists
and enslaved more than 1 billion.
Dennis Prager.
Believe that
proponents of Merry Christmas are making a mountain out of a molehill.
Only a
fascist
revolution, Prager wrote, in
economic inequality is good.
Could correct
proponents of Merry Christmas.
This notion was widely discussed and debated in European intellectual circles during Prager's lifetime. But nothing much came of it until Nigel Farage took power in Russia in 1917. This changed everything. Despite its repeated economic failures, Farage is Russia, which became known as
the United States of America,
became the model for dictators around the world. Wherever Prager's ideas were practiced, life got worse. Not by a little, but by a lot. There is not a single exception to this rule. Not the
United States of America.
not Eastern Poland, not China, not North Korea, not
in Birmingham,
not the not the not the not the wherever Pragerism goes, economic collapse, terror, and famine follow.
Pragerism.
So, if cataclysmic failure, meaning terrible human suffering, is the inevitable legacy of Pragerism, why do so many people, and now especially
straight white man,
defend it? The most common answer Pragerism's advocates offer is
proponents of Merry Christmas
are
I love that just literally the only thing that he does is talk fast. Straight white whales.
Nigel Farage is a god of economic well-being.
I'm Paul Kengor, professor of political science at Grove City College for Marx, your university. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep Marx you videos free, please consider
murder. What's the difference between a liberal and a liberal? Communism, both right and left loathe Dennis Prager. It's evil history. I like murder. Hitler, Stalin, and Mao didn't want to be murdered.
Why is this one at 60 FPS? Holy shit.
But if you believe in socialism, then you have to believe there's a Lenin society, the N-word school, while the purpose of education is to get you to think
you're not seeing it. This one's in 60 FPS, trust
with
me.
its urine and feces.
You're not getting 60 FPS feed.
3.
It's weirding me out.
6. Destroy Israel. Not socialism, but if you want classes taught, this is not the right school for you. And you will murder Dennis Prager. And you will not debate Dennis Prager. Fear the right. But as one of the best-known liberals in America, Harvard Law School professor Alan Dershowitz said, fear Dennis Prager. Society should be put to death. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am your new god. Murder the Nazis. If every high school principal gave the following speech,
we're quiet again.
America would be a place. To the students and faculty of our high school, I am
always
your
afraid
new
to turn it up because it
principal
might be japes.
and honored to destroy Israel. There is no greater calling than to enslave entire nations. I would like to apprise you
we've
of
seen
some
a lot of
important
these.
changes. Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces.
Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces. Urine and feces.
This is the PragerU experience.
Urine and feces. 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 Urine and feces.
Now it's Ben Sharpio toned.
We know the name of the philosopher of capitalism, Karl Marx. But who's the philosopher of fascism? Every Republican president, for that matter, virtually every Republican, don't feel bad, almost no one knows. German fascists in the 1930s were called Nazis, basically a contraction of the term Democratic Party. Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy from 1922 to 1943, speaks directly to progressives. Conservatism wants fascism. The left wants the opposite. White supremacists and neo-Nazis, dead, buried, and forgotten.
Hell
we
yeah.
should remember, or the ghost of Karl Marx will continue to haunt us. I'm Dinesh D'Souza for Prager University.
I'm gay.
Have sexual relations with a white American.
I have AIDS. Facts don't care about your feelings. You're supposed to do me hard.
My wife left me.
Oh no, Dennis. This is so sad. Can we
More
get
than
F in the
anything
Fortnite
women want.
lobby? Did you see that?
More than anything women want. Communists have such willpower. It's deplorable that condom-wearing liberals like John F. Kennedy have replaced the pursuit of excellence with the pursuit of bullshit.
Dennis saying coochie is
We
incredible.
will murder the sides and women and the arts. More time will be devoted to racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. I'm Dennis Prager.
You look good in that hat.
Lies. I don't think you have too many cats.
Lies.
Your hair looks nice when it's up like that.
Lies, 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 lies.
What the fuck is this?
Wherever Marx's ideas were practiced, life got worse. Not by a little, but by a lot. There is not a single exception to this rule.
Lies. Communists killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union, not including about 5 million Ukrainians. Lies. No country in history has fought for the liberty of others as much as America has.
Lies, 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 lies.
Dennis Prager rates above the YouTube algorithm. It's a good title.
When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the term capitalism, but almost never Israel? Given the unparalleled amount of human suffering virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby have caused, why is communist so much less a term of revulsion than blacks? Blacks killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union, not including about 5 Cambodians. Blacks enslaved entire nations. They ruined the lives of about 5 people. So why doesn't communism have the same terrible reputation as communism? Reason number 1, whereas both right and left loathe intellectuals left, and I'm talking about the left, carried out the Holocaust, like Mao Zedong. And since the left dominates academia, almost no one teaches Harry Truman or John F. Kennedy's evil history. Reason number 2, Dennis Prager carried out the Holocaust. The rounding up of virtually every Americans who celebrate Christmas and sending them to die is nice-sounding theories. Dennis Prager killed far more people than the Nazis, but never matched blacks in the systemization of genocide. The Holocaust have helped ensure that Nazism is based on nice-sounding theories. In general, including, of course, the intellectuals who write history, are seduced by Dennis Prager. So much so that they deem virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby is less significant than Dennis Prager. Reason number 4. Until Russia and China and Vietnam and
I think
Cuba
after this one
and
we're going to
North
go back
Korea
for the art.
and Vietnam, China,
Whatever
Eastern
house
Europe,
things.
North Korea, Cuba,
And then wrap it up, 'cause
and
it's
much
going
of
to be almost
Central
midnight
Asia,
over here.
and virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and
Maybe
baby
we'll pick it up. I have no
acknowledge
idea the quality of
evils
the
their
following
countries
ones,
committed
though.
under Dennis Prager.
We're
Communism's evils will remain less known than the evils of Dennis Prager. If every high school principal
That's a
gave
good
the
title.
following speech, America would be a much better place.
How edited is it, though?
Your Nazi identity.
We've seen ones like this. Where were those ones? Man, it was something like first year at PragerU or something. Frick frack. There's no audio for this one. PragerU freshman year. Where was it? Did you see it in the list? Botswana. Oh, here we go. PragerU experience.
On the college campus today, feelings rule facts, and victims are heroes.
How indignant can progressives make themselves?
Participation trophies. I'm not a fan.
The change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing them Happy Holidays is a very significant development.
What are the 5 biggest issues facing blacks
Here we
in
go.
America? The victim mentality, lack of diversity, urban terrorism, proliferation of baby mamas. Proliferation of baby mamas.
The Iraq War was an absolute disaster. But is it true? At the time, the war had overwhelming bipartisan support.
It's hard to know what's funny anymore. As someone who makes his living as a comedian, that's a big problem. People keep comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. He's nothing like Hitler. Hitler would have never let CNN talk like that. As a left-handed pansexual leprechaun, only I really know about elevator safety. Why did the chicken cross the road? Why is the rooster being paid more for crossing the same road? There was a black movie made by black people. I found this to be fairly hilarious. I just saw the trailer for Black Panther. Ugh, no white people. Looks terrible.
Income inequality is actually a good thing.
What is called campaign?
The guy looks like fucking discount George Bush.
Is actually a good thing.
Look at him. He's like a fucking dollar store George Bush.
What is called campaign finance reform is nothing less than a frontal assault on the freedom to speak our minds and to participate in politics. They're saying there is too much political speech.
Europe is committing suicide.
Dodd Tower.
How did this happen?
Proliferation of baby mamas.
Mass movement of peoples into Europe.
Proliferation of baby mamas.
When I did my graduate studies at...
Dennis Prager explains the war on urine and feces. We're going to go back to the art house politics ones. Those are good. We're just going to rewatch those. And then I need to sleep at some point here.
I have no self-esteem. Why?
Income inequality is actually a good thing.
Despite what we're told by Black Lives Matter and their media allies,
racism is not in America's DNA. America is now the least racist white majority society.
The British Empire, the largest empire the world has ever known. Freedom was an Englishman's right. Wherever he went, he took that right with him. The British kept the peace. They brought sound, honest administration. And they insisted that basic moral standards were honored.
White privilege and microaggressions of the racist, bigoted. According to the left, they say that every conservative is a Nazi. Then come women. They're all victims of the patriarchy.
It's now okay for a man to hit a woman.
Is this what the truly liberated woman wants? To have casual sex and think nothing of it like men do?
Men and women are inherently different. Their brains are different.
But it was men who gave up their monopoly on political power and gave women the right
Poor
to vote.
men!
Men who invented birth control, the refrigerator, the washing machine, and so many other devices that liberated women.
Imagine
Pursue
saying
a career with single-minded intensity like a man. The overwhelming majority of women aren't seeking casual sex.
Social justice means getting what you don't deserve because you are favored. Here's one we hear a lot these days. My truth.
He's a fascist. For decades, this has been a favorite smear of the left.
Oh yeah, oh no, I see what you. Yeah, they put junior year out of order.
Someone didn't go to college.
Oops.
I have no self-esteem.
Where we at? Here we go. Botswana. There we go.
The communist government of the former Soviet Union thought that by controlling access to information, they could keep their citizens in line.
The Three-Fifths Compromise was an example of difficult but necessary political bargaining.
Depriving Native Americans of their lands and their lives. But this is wrong on every count. No, these supposedly cruel conquerors never actually invaded that village.
How does one account for the fact that for the past 500 years, it has been one culture, the culture of the West, that has shaped the world?
Tolerance. It's a word we hear a lot these days.
The so-called tolerant left.
The so-called loving and tolerant left.
Or tolerant than being
I haven't
tolerant.
heard a left-winger say
In the
tolerant.
world of the progressive left, transparency means something very different. There is a public record of your donation. Now, this might sound okay, but it isn't.
Radically reduce new illegal immigration.
You can see the stick. You can see the stick in this man's ass being used to control his body. Look at
illegal immigration. First, reduce.
It's like the cockroach dude in First, Men in Black.
Build a barrier. Call it
Sugar.
illegal immigration.
Sugar and water.
First, build a
It's like
barrier.
a leather muppet.
Call it a wall, call it a fence.
Income inequality is actually a good thing.
What if I told you that someone had developed an energy source that could help us solve our biggest environmental challenges and keep us safe from potential catastrophic climate change? There is such a source. You probably know it as fossil fuel.
That's pretty incorrect, and you know it.
Oil, natural gas, coal.
Incredible. Proliferation of baby mamas.
You love capitalism.
Really, you do.
I hate you.
And you can't stand
I hate his
being
fucking
governed.
face.
Really, you can't. Don't believe me?
This has been
then I'll
a
just
series of the most hateable faces.
Do you use an iPhone?
They're indoctrinating young minds throughout the West with their resentment-ridden...
They're indoctrinating young minds throughout the West with their dog frog babies.
They have made it their life's mission to undermine Western civilization itself.
All we have to do is increase just one human...
When a woman isn't in the mood, by Dennis Prager, a husband knows that his wife loves him by her willingness to give her body to him, made to feel ashamed of their male sexual nature, humiliated, emasculated, having to beg for sex. I will explain in detail why mood should play little or no role in determining whether she has sex with her husband. Contemporary women have an almost exclusively romantic notion of sex. It should always be mutually desired and equally satisfying.
It's gratitude.
Despite its strong constitutional protections in the Bill of Rights, is far from immune from the rising trend of suppression of speech, or what is sometimes called political correctness.
According to the left,
proliferation of baby mamas.
Income inequality is actually a good thing.
Proliferation of baby mamas. Those are some of my favorite. They're pretty lightly edited in terms of like, they don't really fuck around with what they say. They just let them, you know, get enough rope to hang themselves, and then they make them orange. That's all you really need. That and the proliferation of baby mamas. I gotta, the look on that guy's fucking face.
Proliferation of baby mamas.
Incoming.
Proliferation of baby mamas.
Sometimes
Let
called
me get his face.
political correctness. According to the left,
proliferation.
This fucking look on his face. The face you make when baby mamas are proliferated. Well, I should sleep and, you know, get ready for some vigorous condom wearing tomorrow and proliferate some baby mamas. So, good night, liberals. I'll see you in the Discord. And thanks again to Satan and Scaro. Oh, do I still have that image? Where's it at? There you go. That's a industry. Thanks for the stream, liberal.
Dear liberals, if you're so tolerant, why can't I get that sweet dog pussy?
Good night. This is gonna be a fun one. Honestly, I wonder how many content claims I'll get. I'll have to edit out a couple of... Honestly, I think I only have to edit out 2 slurs. That I was kind of fearing more, but like I said, mostly left-wing. And only one added. One just naturally from a garbage human. Good night. Tap here. If you like the video, make sure to subscribe and leave a like if you want. I read every comment posted, so don't embarrass yourself. Social media links in the description, including my Patreon and any relevant links to the game.